Bună dimineața! Vă mulțumim tuturor pentru prezența dumneavoastră aici la deschiderea conferinței privind soluțiile de digitalizare a patrimoniului Conferinței Europene regionale de la
within the Interregional European Conference in Iași of the CHARME program, Digitization of Heritage, Inclusion and Youth Engagement, financed through the INTERREG Europe 2021-2027. Și acum în engleză aceeași...
From the lead partner Pavia, from the University of Pavia, our advisory partner, from our partners from Coimbra, Portugal, Poitiers, France, Turku, Finland, and Lviv from Ukraine. Fără a mai prelungi acest moment, permiteți-mi să-l invit să ia cuvântul pe domnul...
Ask our mayor, Mihai Chirica, to give his welcome speech, and we thank him for his support for our program. Thank you very much. Thank all our colleagues for the organization, and I want to thank our guests who came here to treasure this conference and to continue our collaboration. We are open to all these communications. We believe that the digitization of the cultural patrimony is hugely important from the viewpoint of accessibility, but especially from the viewpoint of protecting its history and its future, in the sense of creating a digital database that can give us any data in real time. The Palace of Culture in Iași has experience in the digitization of the patrimony. We've had programs in its museums, and I'm sure this is only the beginning, and we can diversify it. And it's important to copy the experience of our colleagues and friends abroad. Especially Finland has a digitization program which is much more massive than in other European countries, and I'm sure that their results and the results of Italy and maybe even Ukraine will be useful to us. And I think this conference is also important in order to talk about ourselves, about how we've developed, about how we've managed to attract European projects, European funding, and how we've managed to fulfill all that, and their use, of course, because I think it's very important to talk about how useful these things are. We also need to mention that the cooperation between universities, between us and the universities, and between the universities of Iași and the universities abroad is very important. And I salute the rector of the university, the Cuza University of Iași. We need to consolidate this cooperation because the experts who will come here to operate these digital systems and the university's ability to keep up with technologies is very important. And of course, I'd like to thank our host, the director of the Palace of Culture, Mr. Andreea Preotesi, and Ms. Tratulat, his lieutenant. So thank you very much, and we wish great success to this conference. Please excuse me. I want to also mention Roxana Necola, my colleague from the mayor's office. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And since we have these public thanks now, we want to thank the director of the Palace of Culture, Mr. Andreea Preotesi, So I want to thank him myself because he always hosts our events in this great space, and we want to ask him to tell us a few words. Good morning, everyone. Ladies, gentlemen, dear guests, welcome to the Palace of Culture. This is a very special symbol in Romania and in Europe. It is a symbol which is not only a keeper of old traditions that we are used to, but also as a pioneer of digitization and generally new technologies. The projects that was started by Ms. Lăcrămioara Stratulat, my predecessor, and continued by Ms. Druțu and now by myself, these projects bring to the visitor, to common people who want to experience these museums, bring them a very special experience. We have a number of museums in this palace. We have an info hologram, the first info hologram in a museum in Romania, which is also connected to AI. We have a lot of technologies helping us explain what we have in our museums, and I'm sure all these are just a first step to make our museums easy and pleasant to visit and to understand. Thank you again, and I think that any event that brings together people, museums, institutions, and especially experts in digitization is a step forward to what we all want. Thank you very much. I hope you enjoy our city. Thank you very much. Today we will discover a lot of innovative applications and products in the field of digitization of patrimony here in the Palace of Culture. And I'd like to mention that we have 3 students from the IT high school. So we have them here, and they are already developing apps of this kind, and I hope for them it's a good opportunity to connect with our European partners and with other experts that are here today, and to continue with their ideas and what they want to do in the future. I will now give the floor to one of the representatives of Europe. So I'd like to invite Mr. Francesco Brendolise to tell us a few words. He comes from Pavia. Please, thank you.
Un breve saluto a tutti, grazie innanzitutto alla municipalità di Agi per l'invito.
So just a few words to thank the municipality of Iași for this great welcome in the Palace of Culture.
È importante per noi essere qui con tutte le città che partecipano al progetto CHARME, perché oltre a essere un momento di confronto su un tema molto importante come la digitalizzazione del patrimonio culturale, è anche un momento per conoscerci tra amministratori, tra stakeholder di varie città europee.
So this is a very important moment for us because we meet all our European partners from the city that work with us in the CHARME project. And it is important both because we will learn from each other and of course from the city of Iași and from the good practice that you have selected for us. But it's also very important because we can know each other and the municipalities can know each other, and we will improve our relation between cities, European cities.
In quest'anno abbiamo già avuto 2 incontri, uno il primo a Pavia, il secondo a Coimbra. Questo è il terzo incontro. Sono stati incontri molto positivi dove il progetto ha veramente preso forma.
During this year, we already had 2 meetings, 2 interregional meetings. The first one in Pavia in September 2024, and the second one in Coimbra in March 2025. And these are always occasions that really help our municipalities and our stakeholders to learn and to improve their knowledge and their skills about the subject, the topic that we are developing, which is digitization of cultural heritage.
Io ringrazio ancora il signor Sindaco, chi ci ospita in questo magnifico palazzo, tutta la struttura del Comune di Iași per l'ospitalità di tutte le delegazioni, che so essere un lavoro molto impegnativo, e ringrazio anche tutte le altre delegazioni delle altre città europee per il magnifico lavoro che state facendo.
So the councillor wants to thank again the mayor, all the municipality staff, and the director of the Palace of Culture, and all the people that are involved in this great organization. And he also thanks all the partners because he thinks we are doing a great job.
Mi auguro e vi auguro che questi 4 giorni di lavoro siano un ulteriore passaggio per migliorare il nostro progetto e anche per conoscerci meglio. Grazie.
So he wished that these 4 days, and of course it will be, there will be a great occasion for us to further improve our work, and so thank you to all and have good days of work.
Thank you, grazie mille. Mulțumim foarte mult și înainte de a trece la...
Before going to the schedule of the day, I would like to join in thanking the mayor and to thank the University Alexandru Ioan Cuza, which is present today, represented by numerous participants, and to thank especially the vice rectors present here today. I would like to thank the teachers from the high schools in Iași taking part in the event today. I would like to thank the Technical University Gheorghe Sac in Iași, represented by professors from the Faculty of Architecture, and I would like to thank each and every one of you. It's a great joy to have you here with us and to have an exchange of ideas and good practices. Returning to our schedule for today, I'm going to invite here the first 6 speakers. The first part of the schedule includes 6 speakers from Iași, university professors, experts in the domain, whom I have the great pleasure to invite to join us. Not before mentioning that the schedule will include a brief break of networking and exchange of impressions of that it's a break to socialize and network. That's around 10:30. Then we'll have presentations from our European partners. Immediately after we finish the presentation, we'll have a practical application, a presentation made by a lecturer from the university, Mr. Lucian Roșu. The presentation concerns the Royal Court of Iași in VR and 3D. This is an app operational in the History Museum within the Moldova Museum Complex. After lunch, we're going to see the second good practice mentioned by the General Manager already, the MuseArt application, which brings to life old objects which for many in the new generations no longer represent anything familiar. They're just huge pieces of wood and they don't know what they're used for, but these apps bring these objects to life and show us what they did in their lives and what they meant in our history. The final part of the The schedule includes an interactive series of debates moderated by our distinguished Professor Morandotti from the University of Pavia. And towards the end, we're going to have a session of conclusions and exchange of ideas at the end of the day. Thank you very much for your participation in this first session, and I have the pleasure to invite here our speakers. I'm going to start with Professor Laurențiu Rădvan from the Alexandru Ioan University in Iași. Lecturer Lucian Roșu from the Faculty of Geography and Geology, also at Alexandru Ioan University. Architect Radu Andrei from the Faculty of Architecture, Technical University Gheorghe Saki, Iași. Architect Teodor Stanciu from the Faculty of Architecture. Mrs. Alina Țiței, Project Coordinator at the Association for Historical Studies of Romania. And last but not least, Coralia Costas, the head of the Culture Department European Projects at the Moldova Museum Complex. So I declare open the session. I'm going to invite here Professor Rădvan. So, and I will ask my colleagues from the technical team to help us with the presentations.
Thank you very much. I hope I will manage to be on schedule. Only 10 minutes to present a large project, but first of all, I'm glad to be here today to give the first presentation on the city of Iași, focusing on what we consider to be the most important monument in the city, the Palace of Culture. I would like to welcome our guests in Iași, which until 1862 was the capital of the Principality of Moldavia, now part of Romania. The city originated in the second half of the 16th century as a key commercial and military hub on the route connecting Krakow and Lviv in the Kingdom of Poland with the main ports in the northern Black Sea. Its importance grew, and from the mid-16th century, it became the primary residence of the Moldavian princes. Naturally, the princes required a residence, a court. And what we see today in the city center, on this site, on the Palace of Culture site, is the location of the old princely court, first mentioned in 1434. Initially, the court resembled a fortress, with walls, a surrounding moat, access gates, and buildings within, but over the centuries, it underwent successive transformations, and the most significant changes took place during Prince Vasile Lupu reign in the mid-17th century, when the court was greatly expanded to cover nearly 4 hectares, with several buildings constructed within. At that time, the Ottoman model was adopted as Moldavia became increasingly reliant on the Ottoman Empire. Consequently, a 2-section palace was built for the prince, comprising an official area with a throne room for receiving envoys and passing judgments, and a separate section for the prince's private apartments. Adjacent to this palace was a church. Behind it, a residence was constructed for the prince's wife, a separate palace, following the model used at the Sultan's court in Istanbul. Inside the courtyard, there was also a Turkish bath, a kitchen, servants' quarters, and stable for horses. A few years ago, the idea of a project to promote the heritage emerged. The digital aspect, which we discuss in the meetings of this project, stems from the fact that we do not know, or rather did not know, how the buildings in this princely court complex were arranged. So we have this big question mark, and how do we solve this? We know roughly what the court looked like thanks to the testimonies of foreign travelers who passed through here in the 16th, 18th centuries. Our challenge as historians, architects, or geographers is that these testimonies are inconsistent. One is a testimony of a traveler from the East who compares to familiar buildings and tend to be more objective. Others are from Western travelers who compare it to Italian city palaces or those in the Loire Valley, often deeming the structures here to be more modest, which can be a more subjective assessment. For example, to give you just an example, some visitors said that this palace was surrounded by a stone wall, has towers at the corners and stone buildings inside, while others claimed, in the same time, that there was wooden fences and wooden buildings inside. When historians attempted to reconstruct the court in Iași, they faced the challenge of inconsistent evidence, as we possess only these historical records, supplemented by some internal sources about the court's organization. We have no images, no paintings, and not even a map, until recently. This is where my involvement in this project begins, as our recent archival research has enabled us to identify not only several maps of the city of Iași, and all these maps were discovered only a few years ago, all these maps in the Moscow archives. So from different periods, especially second part of the 18th century. The old one is from 1739. But we discovered the plan of the princely court that has come to light as well in the Moscow archives. This clearly demonstrates how the buildings were arranged internally, their locations, the prince's palace, the other structures. It was an extraordinary discovery because it provided us with a tangible perspective of the complex for the first time. After we had made use of discovery by publishing a historical study, the next step was to attempt, as part of the heritage project, to reconstruct the court visually so that viewers could understand it. However, this could not be achieved by historians alone. This is a project that clearly involves multiple disciplines, as it is essential for historians to work alongside architects for the construction aspect, to shape the various buildings within the courtyard, and also with geographers to situate our proposals in space. With the decisive involvement of the association Iași Travel, we assembled representatives from these fields for this project, and some of them are present here and you will hear later. Specialists in architecture, geography, and 3D modeling, because we needed this aspect as well to cover. Returning to the reconstruction of the princely courtyard, the most accessible and modern solution we devised was to render it in a 3D format. If we had preferred the traditional format, we believe that the scale of the ensemble, represented by the princely court in Iași, would not have been fully appreciated. To complete the project, we followed several natural steps, analyzing historical evidence, conducting careful research on the plan of the princely court, and performing a comparative analysis of buildings from that period. This step was absolutely necessary because we lacked detailed description of the inner court or the buildings of these two palaces, so we referred to structures from the same historical era. Among those that have survived, the most significant are in Orthodox monasteries in Iași and Moldavia, where the role of the architect was particularly important. After consultations and discussions, we adopted a model that was then converted into a digital format, as this was essential for progressing to the stage of transforming it into a 3D model. We went through a stage of historical interpretation, followed by a comparative phase where we identified and selected the model. This could be the most creative part of the project. Transposed it into digital format and then prepared to produce the pieces in 3D format. For this stage, we used a 3D printer to create the components for the first episode of the reconstruction project. And this is the first episode, the old courtyard in Iași. This episode is significant because our initiative aimed to highlight not only the reconstruction of the old late medieval church, as you see here, old medieval court, but also all the stages of the building's evolution at this important site leading up to today's Palace of Culture. Because due to various disasters that have affected this location, the old court ceased to exist after a major fire in December 1784, leaving the site in ruins for 20 years. Between 1803 and 1806, a new palace was built, a neoclassical structure designed by Austrian architect Johannes Freiwald, whom I also studied in a historical research paper. To reconstruct this palace, you see it here, I was fortunate with my colleagues to find in the Russian archives a plan not only of the building's facade, but also of its rooms from a single palace that replaced the old court with two palaces. At this stage, we already had several historical sources, including an image from 1814, the one from the corner. The next part of the project focused on this palace, which was extensively restored between 1841 and 1843 after suffering a fire and severe damage in 1827. While the medieval court housed the prince, his wife, their entourage, their servants, the 19th century palace was gradually shifting from a princely residence to the seat of state institutions, with ministries, archives, after 1855 the telegraph, post office. In 1880, another fire occurred, leading to further changes. After 1906, the authorities decided to demolish the building due to its dilapidation and replace it with a new modern palace designed by Romanian architect Ioan Beridei. The new palace, this one, in which we are today, was largely finished in 1916. So this is today Palace of Culture, officially opened in 1925 as an administrative and justice buildings. Its current name, Palace of Culture, was adopted after 1955 when it began to host the 4 museums of the National Museum of Moldova, the History, Art, Science and Technology and Ethnographic Museum. It is a neo-Gothic structure, one of the few in Iași, because during the 19th and early 20th century, locals favored the neoclassical style. And most buildings from this era were built in that style. Examples include the National Theatre, the universities, Metropolitan Church. You see around many of these buildings built in neoclassic style. In neo-Gothic styles, you will find, besides the Palace of Culture, the city's railway station. So for each stage of evolution, we created a model using a 3D printer. The final product includes this model, a digital reconstruction, a video displaying both, accompanied by a historical presentation. All of these are accessible to the public. The models were a great success, whether we are talking about children, young people, or adults, because it was the first time that the general public could see how we, the members of the project, believe the old princely court in Iași looked and how the successive palaces that followed it appeared. It is a kind of modern project which demonstrates that by bringing together specialists from several fields, beautiful results can be achieved, not only in terms of science and research, but also in terms of public outreach. Thank you.
Mulțumim, domnule profesor, pentru această extraordinară
For this extraordinary presentation of one of the good practices that Iași has included in this CHARME project. We'll continue to talk about this good practice with lecturer Lucian Roșu. In his presentation, Multidisciplinary Approach for Enhancing Heritage through VR and AI, a case study of the Royal Court of Iași. And we invite Lucian here, and we thank him as well.
Thank you very much for your introduction, and I would love to say that it's a very charming day. We are all here in this beautiful room and with these beautiful people. I would like to continue my presentation. The grounding project was presented by our colleague, Professor Rădvan. It took us almost 2 years to finish this project, and this project, I think, it will still have a continuity. It was the first phase that we have 3D reconstructed and 3D printed the heritage of the lost court, princely or royal court of Iași. We wanted to go even further, and we wanted to bring it into the virtual reality. Why so? Because virtual reality, it used to be a cutting-edge technology. Nowadays, it's accessible to everyone. And most of the museums all around the world have implemented the superpowers of the virtual reality, and they have the virtual reality exhibitions in their museums. So nowadays VRs are used for marketing, for entertainment, but also for the heritage preservation and heritage enhancing of the knowledge. So this is what I would like to speak about how can you use virtual reality in order to bring more information and more knowledge about the heritage that we don't have it anymore. So we may all see that the cultural heritage and local history, it's becoming, or it is start to become unattractive to tourism if we cannot bring and we cannot enhance the experience that the visitors have. And I was observing the time spent of the local tourists or the tourists inside of the museums, and most of them are running through the museums in order to find something very unique and very special. And I think that the virtual reality and AR, the examples of we have here in Palace of Culture, can help tourists spend more time inside of the museums. What our project is about how can we virtually explore the historical environments that we don't have it anymore and we don't see them anymore. And the project that also Professor Advan and I will speak about is also about a local frustration that we have. Not a lot of local people know or have knowledge about what was here before the actual Palace of Culture. So we wanted to bring back to life the buildings that existed before the Palace of Culture. So reviving the lost heritage of Iași, especially the Royal Court of Iași, the headquarters of Moldova, was actually the main goal of the project. We wanted to bridge historical evidences and historical heritage to visitors and to locals in order to create knowledge and to enhance tourism experience in order to have more awareness about the local history of Iași. Professor Advan already explained you some of the stages of the local history, and I think one of the greatest achievements was the rebuilding of the main tower of the Royal Court of Iași, because we used narrative in order to better understand how it looked like. We didn't have 3D plans, we have only 2D plans, and actually the narratives and some paintings were the ones that help us rebuild and reconstruct the building. So the working methodology was very complex, but it was very complex because we had no clue about what does involve to work with 3D, and one of the next speakers, Tiberi, was helping us and gave us a lot of information and knowledge about what does it mean to reconstruct. But we used a lot of historical evidences, also the place of the local archaeological excavation, narrative storytellings, the plans of the Royal Court, and a lot of historical evidences, even though we don't have a lot of the historical evidences, but most of them were used in order to 3D reconstruct the building. It took us a lot of time to 3D rebuild all the 5 stages of the Royal Court of Iași. But at the end, what was interesting it is that we had a large pieces of puzzle that we had to put them together in order to create the exhibition that actually happened here at the History Museum inside of this building. Also, we used the 3D printers a lot, more than 200 hours of 3D printing in order to obtain most of the buildings. But yes, we had an exhibition. It was the first stage. The exhibition was led by our team of guides. And one of my plans was to evaluate how was the tourism experience during this 3D representation and 3D explanation that they had. But this was one of the first stages, because next year we wanted to go even further and wanted to bring the buildings to life. We want to give life to the buildings. Therefore, for each of the stages, we have chosen an important event that happened during that time. So for each of these stages, we created and we generated historical events based on local history, based on some evidences that we found, and went with everything in virtual reality. But virtual reality for us was a new domain, so we asked AI in order to help us to do it even better. So we used digital documentation, and also we used 3D scanning in order to create the characters and in order to create the environment. We use a lot of the historical narrative development. As I was telling you, we had 5 chronological events that we have mapped and linked to the Royal Court of Iași. And this is one of the examples of the real image that you can see it on the left side, and then the AI-generated image with the same character. This is one of the sons of Vasile Lupu, I think Ivan Lupu. And we have used AI in order to bring this character back to life. And as I was telling you, we have used a lot of AI in order to enhance content creation. We have used specific software such as Midjourney, Mage, and so on, in order to generate characters. And then we try to give voice to these characters. So we created a story. And not only a story, but we have created a storytelling using 3D architecture rebuilding, content creation of the characters, and the different strategically observation points in order to see the different stages of the Royal Court of Iași. Everything was integrated into the VR platform. We have used Kula platform in order to integrate all the characters. We have worked with SketchUp, and it was a lot of information there, so Kula was one of the helpful platforms that provide us space in order to integrate the VR platform. And of course, we had the public presentation and dissemination. It was overlapped during the free school days when all the schools are coming to the museums. So we had 1 month, or actually 2 months of VR exhibition and 3D exhibition, and we had a lot of visitors. We had more than 3,000 visitors only for the VR exhibitions, which was quite a lot for only for VR headsets. Most of the visitors was the locals, but we also had national visitors, and some of them were foreign visitors. Organized schools were the ones which were most interested about this exhibition, because you could see and understand the local history of Iași. And I guess most of the professor of history in Iași came with their students visiting the exhibition. We also had the curious visitors, but also we had the culturally interested visitors, which actually came specifically for this exhibition, and some of them spent really a lot of time exploring all the corners of the virtual reality spaces. We had also a feedback evaluation of the visitors in order to better understand if we could really enhance the experience of the tourists with this VR experience. Well, I would say that alpha generation, some of them got bored very quickly, and they managed in some seconds or minutes to install other games inside of the VR headsets. But other than that, the other generations were quite impressed about the work. They were impressed about the historical expertise and the discourse, also because of the use of technologies. And some of them appreciated the quality of the work details, because you will see at the break that also the 3D printing and also the VR experience had a lot of quality in terms of details and architecture. So what we've managed to change is that most of the tourists would spend 5 minutes in a normal room, but in our VR exhibition, which was a quite small room, they tend to spend more than 30 minutes visiting all the scenes and all the experience that the VR headset offered them. But moreover, we think that a lot of knowledge has gathered for those who visited our exhibition, and our visitors think that they actually doubled the value of knowledge about the history of the Royal Court of Iași. And I think through this we managed to bring back to life information and knowledge about the Royal Court of Iași. And as a conclusion, I think VR should be present in most of the museums and should be one of the cornerstones for recovery of the heritage, but also for the transformation of the education, using also enhancing the experience overall, and also helping us preserve our heritage. Thank you.
Mulțumim mult, Lucian. Cu Lucian Roșu ne vom vedea.
We will also see Lucian Roșu a bit later with the practical presentation after this theoretical presentation session. So we thank him for that as well. But now we'll continue and we'll change the approach a little bit. We invite architect Radu Andrei from the Faculty of Architecture from the Technical University of Iași. He will talk about digitizing built heritage, bridging practice, pedagogy, and public engagement.
Thank you. So maybe you are wondering why this title. And I would like to say a few things about me. So I'm an architect, and my PhD was in conversion of industrial buildings. I'm also associate professor teaching restoration and architectural rehabilitation in the Faculty of Architecture in Iași. I also am a vice president of Actum Association, which its main goal is preservation of heritage, and has the main object the projects of ambulance for monuments, if you heard about it. So we are in the Moldavia, northern Moldavia. And all that are the reason of the title of the presentation, because having these directions helped me to make a lot of connections and try to diversify my activity. This is a question which, unfortunately, in Romania we should still think about it, because we have a problem with this. And I think that the most important reason for this question, that it is still alive, is that being a former communist country and being raised in the spirit of equality and maybe not responsibility and maybe not so much connection with the community, even if communism have this title. So this was the reason for the Romanian people to have a lesser respect for their history. The schools, in education in schools, everything were converging towards the erasing of the history. So the monuments that we see now falling and suffering are the result of this long period and of communism and the long period of not recovering still after communism. Fortunately, we have a lot of people who love heritage and who are fighting with all their powers to bring forward these values. And for this, I would like to show some of our projects in Ambulance for Monuments. First one, and of course related to the digital technologies that we use. So first one was a bridge from the 15th century that was very much destroyed, and we managed with volunteers from Faculty of Architecture and from many other domains to bring it to a healthy state. And for this there is a small video. We tried to, in all our projects, we tried to document as well as we can these buildings by scanning them with laser scanning, with photogrammetry. This is the result of the photogrammetry after the cleaning of the spontaneous vegetation. And I think that all these steps in restoration should be very well documented because the teams which follow should know what happened and what was there. So the state was very. The cars still run over this bridge, but as you see, it was very much damaged. There were very big gaps in the masonry, and we managed to scan this bridge before restoration, before intervention, in an intermediary stage, and after the restoration. So we should be able to see what happened there. And I think that this should be like a standard workflow. Of course, these beautiful images, which are made possible by photogrammetry, are a very good way to communicate, because we speak a lot of things. We architects or we historians, we speak a lot of things which are connected with our profession, and maybe they are not so easy to understand by the community. So this type of images and this type of information, which is very easy to understand, is very good for the big public. Of course, I would like to show some of the advantages. Of course, the accurate documentation of the buildings is made possible, and this is very important because research is better, and of course later interventions are a little better. More of that, the data analysis is possible. So this topographical plan is made after the 3D scan of the site. So a lot of things which can be automatized. Sorry. So there is a lot of benefits, not only the direct product, but also the processing of the data. Also for research is very interesting because we can document things that are not seen after the restoration. For example, these are the positions of the wooden tension ties that we found. The place of these tension ties we found after removing vegetation, and of course after restoration these holes were filled. So this is a moment when we can document this thing. And more, of course, we cannot speak in these days without mentioning AI. And I would like to mention a tool that was brought to us this summer. Unfortunately, we didn't have it on the project, but there are tools for automatic classification, and we can make the survey more quickly and more accurate for documentation. Another project, it is about 18th century inn ruins. So there were, I think, more than 60 years without roof. This building was exposed to the climate and rough conditions. And this is one of the small images. The upper image is after cleaning the vegetation, because you couldn't see anything inside. And of course, thanks to the photogrammetry scanning, we could document very accurate the building. Also, we used 3D scan, 3D laser scan, and using this, we could show the position of the basement. And the basement, as you see, is a little off position. So maybe this could be a sign of an older building in a previous time. So all these are elements that document, and of course it's not just for the sake of documentation. I use this information in education, so I show the students. And this was a project of the Ambulance for Monuments, but we wanted to play a little before. So we gave our students the opportunity to play with some different concepts. The main idea was that the building should remain, we should preserve this image of ruin. So they had to think different strategies in order to show this. And different approaches which are according to the Charter of Venice. So we have a clear difference between the old and the new. Yes, so different approaches, but it was interesting to see how the students react. And it was interesting for the students to build on a 3D scan. So it was like, of course, we had a visit there, but working on a 3D scan was as in reality. And this is our project, which we made after. So it is a roof, because this was the only solution to preserve the masonry, which was already very much affected. Of course, we repaired the masonry also. And these are the volunteers who come from all over the country, from different countries. So we have maybe from, of course, from different countries, maybe architects more. But from Romania, they come from all the domains. So it's very interesting for them. And it's very interesting to put people to work, because thus you can achieve responsibility. When you make something, you respect this thing. So, and I would like to thank, of course, some are made especially for heritage, some are not. But I would like to mention as a public engagement, even if it's a little awkward, the very big teams of people who make free software, because this is a very important thing. We live in an age that we have technology, and we also have the tools to process the data that we acquire. So anywhere, if you are an architect or not, if you need only one phone and maybe one laptop, better one laptop, and you can stay, you need 1 square meter to work for heritage. So this is a very nice thing. So who wins? Of course, the community wins, because the community, I would say the Romanian community is still sick in this direction, because we don't value enough the heritage. So these are tools to make people understand that these things are important. Okay, thank you.
Mulțumim foarte mult și o să rămânem în continuare cu un alt arhitect, un colaborator al nostru foarte vechi, cu care am făcut și o altă bună practică, traseul memoriei, și cu care de data aceasta am făcut acele minunate materiale pe care le-ați primit la intrare, acele broșuri și acele frumoase designul la acele sacoșe. Mulțumim! E un privilegiu să putem colabora. Și mă bucur să anunț prezentarea acum a domnului arhitect Tiberiu Teodor Stanciu de la Facultatea de Arhitectură, Universitatea Tehnică Gheorghe Asache din Iași, atelier SPRE, despre memoria locurilor. Mulțumesc!
Hello, it's really nice to be here. It's an honor. Thank you for the beautiful introduction. For today, I'm going to present a timeline of Atelier SPRE and what brought me here today, basically. So it all started in 2016. This is Atelier SPRE. It's my main project, if you want to call it that. It's called Moments, Places and Architectures from Iași, basically. So it's an illustrated atlas of the city. I started by illustrating every single house, every single light post. Many of the illustrations you see on the screen right now are already lost. Some of them were restored and saved. But it's an ongoing process of documenting by illustration the city. Nowadays, my focus is rather on taking the archive of illustrations I have of the city of Iași, which is already over 500 objects illustrated, and trying to mix them in fantastical and utopic realms, such as this. This is a project I started in 2017 and it's ongoing. As an architect, I realized that I don't have enough time to make houses for all the people I would like to make houses. So therefore, I start doing illustrations because they are quite faster. So I illustrate houses that you live with your mind, with your thoughts, for the people I appreciate and that influenced me over the time. And here is a selection of such fictional houses for real people. My travels are also a sort of journal, so any time I reach a new city, I make an illustration on the tablet and I take a picture with that illustration and with the real monument. And it's also a sort of archiving architecture and monuments. And then in 2017, this is the first map I got to design. I am very passionate about wayfinding and mapping, so I was really thrilled to be part of this amazing team. Lucian here was also part of that. It was a project managed by our colleague Mihai Bulai. It was the first time we had 7 thematic routes and a map of the city with touristic purposes. You can still find this map into the city, and it's a "you are here" kind of map. For this map, I built in 3D over 60 models of the buildings and the main landmarks of the city. So those 3D models populate the map. In 2018 came the Route of Remembrance, was the second map. It kind of went along with the same layout, just to have continuity. on the urban level. So this map was made through the centenary department, the centenary of the First World War. It's the first map that described the city nowadays and in the past as well. So it's a map that tells the story of the period 2016-2018, where the city of Iași became again the capital of Romania because the rest of the country was conquered. And so many of the main buildings in the city changed purpose. So, for instance, the National Theatre was the place where the parliament was taking place, or the main university in Copo became the Senate, and so on. So through this map, you can discover what happened with the city of Iași in the period of 1916-1918. And then in 2019 came the French route, and this is a map that proposes a route that celebrates all the French influences in the city of Iași. And you can see things like the house of General Berthelot, for instance, or the statue that was made by a French sculptor of Stephen the Great that sits in front of the Palace of Culture, and so on. 2019 also is the birth year of Memorat. It's another very dear project to me. It's done in collaboration with my colleague Ramona Costa, which is also here in the room, and Cosmin Ceucă, which is now in Bruxelles. And together we tried to bring back to life the lost city of Iași. And this lost city is due to earthquakes. Every 30 years or so we have a major earthquake that affects the buildings. And then, of course, the First World War, the Second World War, and I think the most damage came during the communism, where large parts of the city were demolished. So we started with the street of Lăpușneanu, and based on photographs and memoirs and old postcards, we tried to reconstruct the city as it was. So, for instance, from the image on the left, none of the buildings still survive today. In 2020 came another map. It was an interesting challenge. I had to document all the graffiti in the city. So it's a map that depicts all the urban art in the city of Iași. And on the front, you can see all the graffiti, and it's overlaid on the contours of the city. And on the back of the map, you have information about every single piece, who created it, what was the message, what was the purpose of the graffiti, and so on. And this is also an interesting project in collaboration with Artipic and Iași Travel. In 2021, I had the honor of designing the touristic map of Iași. And what's interesting about this map is, for the first time, the city of Iași was depicted through a map that didn't have the north in the upper part of the map. All the maps before this are classical geographical maps, but this is more affectionate because it's how we, as people who live in Iași, perceive the city. And so I straightened up this axis, and now the city can be perceived as a main line that is branching on the left and on the right with all the important monuments and landmarks. So this is briefly the story of the touristic map of Iași. Oh, sorry. Then, on the same kind of graphics, followed the maps for the academic campus of the Technical University, which spreads along the river of Bahlui. And it was the second time I employed this affectionate kind of mapping that disregarded slightly the geographical terms, but explained the city very thoroughly. In 2023, as a mix-up of maybe all the projects I've showed you so far, comes the storytelling ovens. It's a project that I made together with Cuptorul Moldovence, which is a local pastry shop, and Iași Travel. So in Iași there are 7 Cuptorul Moldovence pastry shops. So for each headquarters of Cuptorul Moldovence, I designed a fantastical, so to say, oven, which bring together elements of architecture from that neighborhood. And we also have a guided tour, and we presented people from the neighborhood all the elements of architecture that are relevant to the neighborhood and that provide identity to that neighborhood. And it all finished up in the pastry shop with revealing this painting of an oven. So it's another way of how heritage can come together as fragments, as pieces, and recomposed in a manner that can speak to all audience and especially to the young ones as well. In 2024 came the project for the touristic tram. It's a tram that you can take Saturdays and Sundays, and you can serve a coffee, and you can hear an audio guide inside the tram as you travel the city. And I had the joy to design the exterior, which is basically a reinterpretation of the touristic map of the city. So everything is somehow connected, and you can recognize the same graphic in a unitary touristic package. And here we are, 2025, in Iași's CHARME. It was a pleasure to work for this project as well. And while deciding on the approach for this project, I thought that what's really interesting is that digital heritage should be like a common good. So I designed these tiles that you can take and reposition and reconnect and put them together to create something new. So I think digitalizing heritage is not just about making a digital copy of the existent, but it's actually making a sort of digital alphabet based, anchored into the heritage in order to create something new. So that's that. Thank you so much.
Mulțumim mult, a fost o prezentare nu doar plină de foarte multă informație, ci și foarte plină de culoare.
But also very colorful and very charming, I think, for everyone. And we are really happy to have such a long, fruitful collaboration, and we're glad that our project is a source of inspiration for new projects. Next, we have another example of good practice. I'm glad to see images from the city with maps, which also included the QR code of the speaking monuments made by the wonderful team coordinated by Alina Țiței. So I would like to invite Alina Țiței. She didn't want to be in the front before because she's shy. But I'm sure her presentation will be very interesting and very attractive.
And I apologize for this. I'll read my papers. Who we are. The Romanian Society for Historical Studies was established with the aim of promoting the highest professional standards in historical endeavors, research, and impartiality of historical discourse. At the same time, the association has structured itself as a partner for initiatives that pursue historical education among the general public. Over the past 7 years, our society has implemented a series of cultural projects to commemorate the past and promote local and national heritage using visual arts, film, photo exhibition, and new digital technology, GPS mapping, QR codes, and 3D projections. Funded by local and government funds, the project aimed to harmonize several cultural fields in a novel way that attracted a large audience eager to learn about the community past. In 2021, our society began implementing a series of cultural projects named Iași Art Code, co-financed by the Iași City Hall. In the first year, a cultural map of the most important public monuments in Iași was created, along with the website www.monumentediniași.ro. The website features an interactive GPS map showing 35 of the most important statues in Iași, each monument being presented by art and history professionals. Videos accompanied by text and photo were integrated into the website and can be accessed by visitor by scanning the QR codes attached to the monument. As a national first, the project enjoyed excellent visibility with Romania's most important television stations broadcasting news about the project in their main news programs. The Iași Art Code 2 and 3 project aimed to complete the interactive map with over 50 heritage buildings relevant for the history and architecture of the city. Each of these benefited from an information package in video, text, and photo format. The presentation were also made by professionals, mostly historians. At the same time, the signage was created in collaboration with Iași Travel Association. The 3 cultural projects also included physical activities with the public, such as guided tours by historian, photo exhibition, and competition for the young people. The aim of the Iași Art Code series of projects was to highlight the architectural and public heritage of the city and to connect the public to the living past of the community using new digital technologies and visual arts as the main tools. Furthermore, promoting Iași as a historic city, as a place of cultural interest for its inhabitants, but also for visitors from all over the world, physical or virtual, was and is an initiative that can contribute to the development of the cultural and educational tourism. The most objectives were increasing public access to digital cultural resources by accessing the website www.monumentediniași.ro, increasing the degree of the connection of people from the Romanian diaspora to the culture of the city, and increasing the number of the young people interested in the communities past through involvement in various activities. Beneficiaries, The cultural mapping project essentially had 3 major beneficiary groups: cultural tourists, local, national, and international, the Romanian diaspora, and the young people, heirs to cultural heritage. Each of the 3 projects also targeted smaller groups by organizing guided tours for students with physical disabilities or blind people. Students from the Architecture College were also involved in a competition to create a 3D projection of buildings that are relevant to the city's history but not longer exist today. Through the implementation of this project, over 1 million people of all ages participated physically and virtually in the project activities or had access to cultural information disseminated through promotional campaigns. An analysis of the traffic statistic of the website www.monumentediniași.ro revealed the importance of urban signage. Traffic increased between 2021 and 2023, especially in the summer and fall months, peaking in 2024 when the association was no longer updating the website with news, as it was involved in another projects. The widespread use of QR code scanning application is probably one of the explanations. Most visits to the website are from Romania, but also from US, France, Italy, Germany, UK, Spain, and the Republic of Moldova. We assume that the web pages were accessed both by the diaspora and by foreign students in Iași. Another category is that of foreign tourists with web visits from many countries, including Japan and China. The development of implementation of our society projects had, for the most part, two main components: the digitalization of historical heritage resources and interaction with the public through events that require physical participation. Why digitalization? The use of information technology to promote local heritage is particularly popular with young people and increases the number of consumers of cultural and historical information. It is also part of a global trend of increasing public access to valuable heritage, museum and archive resources, especially after the coronavirus pandemic. On the other hand, direct mediation with the public through guided tours, which have an emotional component, stimulate participants' appetite for knowledge about local heritage, with the effect of reducing the number of aggressions on heritage. In the coming month, our association plans to implement a new project, Face and Mask of Iași, which will highlight the city's decorative architectural heritage. Designed to beautify and to bring a building out of urban anonymity, bas-reliefs represent an almost unknown treasure. Often places high up and therefore difficult to see, these pieces have their own history. Who are the authors, the artists, who commissioned them, and how were they received at the time? How can the content of their message be decoded? They are questions that await answer. Thank you.
Mulțumim mult, doamnei Alina Țiței, a fost o extraordinară excursie.
Extraordinary virtual excursion to the virtual. Tomorrow, during our visit to the city, we're going to take advantage of the QR codes, scan them, and see how this good practice is being used. We're drawing to a close with Coralia Costaș, with her presentation not just of one but of several projects that the Palace of Culture, the museum complex Moldova are implementing. And we're going to invite Coralia, who is the head of the Culture and European Projects Department at the Moldova Complex of Museums, to present the next contribution with resources for accessible cultural tours, inclusive museums, creating accessible cultural spaces, inclusive on-site digital mediation museums, off-site digital mediation for inclusive museums projects of the powers of culture, digitalization, youth engagement with heritage, revitalization and preservation. I forgot to mention, those of you who need translation, we have headsets, and for the schedule we have the QR codes on the back of your badge if you want to follow the schedule there as well. Coralia, you have the most difficult mission. You're the last speaker before the coffee break. Good luck. It's true.
Thank you. Indeed, I will have a rather difficult mission because I will mainly show you some text, some main ideas resulting from our projects, past and present. Mostly text because I'm personally a philologist, adopted by the field of heritage, field in which I work since the day I ended my studies. Since 2018, we have been running a series of projects, cultural and educational projects, mainly funded through the Erasmus project, but not only, also through the Creative Europe program. And today I will speak you about the project named REACT, Resources for Accessible Cultural Tours. Is a project coordinated by Alto, a French company designing unique immersive audio multimedia tours, having also as partners another company from France, Les Primeurs, also a Belgian partner, Logopsicom, Arteria from Poland, an NGO and in the field of arts, and us, the museum complex. The project objectives are to provide cultural professionals with a reference portal that centralizes all the information, initiatives, best practices, tools, and resources available to build an inclusive digital offer. Also to enable professionals in the museum sector to get trained in the field of digital accessibility of culture and thus to observe the changes and challenges of their professional sector, and to promote the implementation of concrete solutions among target groups by co-creating accessible resources. The need the project started from was the one to define and implement inclusive digital cultural strategies in the partner organization. And now the main idea that I would like to focus on is the one of digitalization as promise of inclusion, and also to ask you if indeed is it an inclusive tour for all, because it can also be a source of inequalities. Depending on the degree of accessibility of the services, the ability to use the digital services, the availability of equipment, and access to the internet. The starting point was the urgent need to train the museum professionals on these issues to enable them to develop inclusive strategies that integrate themes related to social responsibility and inclusion. The project REACT offers museum professionals the opportunity to develop new digital skills in line with the evolution of the market and to implement within the respective structures accessible digital offers online and offline. One moment. Okay. This is the graphic charter of the project, and as you may understand from the symbols used there, it addresses a target group that is most diverse, the public with various disabilities. And now referring to the museum accessibility, we can understand accessibility in its broadest sense as the absence of barriers and obstacles of any kind in providing all the rights to all the persons, so that they can fully participate in everything that happens in society, in museums included. So the purpose behind the accessibility framework is to ensure that people with various disabilities can enjoy the same products, services, and opportunities as any other person, including in the museum sector. Museums have an essential role in increasing the end user's level of culture and education. However, not everybody has equal access to what museums offer. For certain groups, there are all sorts of barriers that make it unlikely to even consider visiting a museum. Understanding the diversity of disadvantaged audiences is crucial for developing inclusive strategies to ensure that museums are accessible and welcome to all. And now, speaking of digital accessibility, when talking about it, we cannot ignore the ubiquity of the digital element in our lives. Not only web accessibility, because accessibility of all digital materials must be considered, regardless of the storage medium, whether we are talking about online storage or a hard medium, whether we are talking about audio, video, image, or text files, electronic documents, mobile applications, platforms, internet kiosks, animations, and more recently, artificial intelligence. The museum sector evolves in the same context as other fields of activity, and therefore must take into account accessibility standards, including the one of the digital accessibility. In designing digital content, cultural institutions might take into account the digital capacities of their visitors, paying special attention to people with various disability and specific associated needs. Therefore, such content, as well the devices it is available on, must be very user-friendly and take into account the routines and expectations of the end users. And now, what do statistics say about the digital skills? According to what has been published in Eurostat in 2023, at the level of the entire population in the European Union, 44% did not have basic digital skills, while on the other side, internet in the same publication is shown to be used at least once per week by more than 90% of the European citizens. The highest levels of digital technology use were recorded in highly developed countries such as Netherlands, Finland, also in Ireland, Denmark, and the Czech Republic, while at the other end, Romania and Bulgaria are listed. Such explanations being most probably due to the high differences between urban and rural environment. Now, because we are talking about the types of disabilities, of course, when speaking about people with disabilities, the first thing that comes to mind is the image of the person in a wheelchair. But disability is much more than that. Disability can be seen or can be unseen. We can have disabilities such as cognitive disorders, people with cognitive disorders. We have other types of disabilities which are, health conditions which are not visible, but they can influence the experience, the visiting experience. So we have to take all this into account when designing, including the digital applications and the digital tools that we create for our target groups. The project results are presented here in a few words. We have created a set of good practices. The project site, but it's not visible here, is reactculture.eu. So we have 3 sections: get inspired with the collection of good practices. We have a set of tools, instruments under Get Equipped. We have also an online course structured in 3 e-learning modules, and we speak about inclusive museums, creating accessible cultural spaces, inclusive on-site digital mediation, and then the final one, the off-site digital mediation for inclusive museums. And we have designed a series of 3 webinars available also on the website, and of course a blog. Then very shortly, I would also like to show some information about the project Revive Historic Towns and Sites, a project led by the Association of Historic Towns of Slovenia, having as partners from Turku, the University of Applied Sciences, from Murcia, the UCAM University, through the San Antonio Foundation, Ithaca from Italy, Culture Hub Croatia, and us, the Moldova National Museum Complex. we have had 4 experiments, creative experiments, out of which the one in Turku was mainly focused on digital accessibility and also on cultural memory, because here are some images from the Varvintori Square, where is the former rope factory of the city, nowadays transformed into university spaces. And here are the images from let's say the final event, which was the result of a 2-week intensive training in Turku. Then another project which I'm specifying, and this will be the last one, is one which actually has just started, one culture overcoming nationalism and Euroscepticism through culture. So culture and digitization of culture can serve as tools to fight such, let's say, extreme reactions such as nationalism and Euroscepticism, which we know is encountered throughout Europe. And here I have put the list of partners and the project objectives, the one of fighting Euroscepticism through the use of creative and participatory educational methods, promoting global citizenship, intercultural dialogue, and democratic values through informal learning in cultural artistic contexts. One of the projects being an online educational platform with resources for adult educational professionals. And this is all from me. I thank you so much, and I hope I have not...
Mulțumim, Coralia, și suntem foarte plăcut impresionați de multitudinea de proiecte foarte frumoase și foarte interesante ale Palatului Culturii, ale Complexului Național Muzeal Moldova. A venit momentul pauzei de cafea. Vă invit pe toți să profitați de această pauză pentru a schimba poate contacte, cărți de vizită cu ceilalți participanți, în special cu invitații noștri europeni. Our European guests are highly invited to contact the technical desk for the presentations to be arranged. And I also address the invitation that we use this coffee break to make connection and to start new ideas, maybe new projects together. Vă mulțumesc foarte mult tuturor și ne vedem după 10 minute pe cât posibil înapoi la partea a doua cu prezentările invitaților noștri europeni. Vă mulțumim!
Hei, hei, 2, 10. Mă auzi? E ok? E mai bine? 2, 10, probă, 66, 2, 10, probă, e ok?
I know it's very hard after the coffee break to go back.
Bine ați venit.
I'm glad I saw that people interact a lot, so I'm happy that probably new connection and new idea will result after this meeting. We will start the second part of presentations, and I would like to invite all our partners having speeches. I will bring some more chairs. I think there are 9 presentations, and I want to invite the presenters from Pavia, from the University of Pavia, from Coimbra, Poitiers, Turku, and Lviv to come and have a seat. Încă o dată, dacă mai este cineva care are nevoie de traducere, sunt căști. So if anyone need translation, it will be in English. So if you need translation. So it will be my pleasure to announce the first presentation, Introduction and European Content, the Digitalization of Cultural Heritage, European Perspective and New Challenges. From the University of Pavia, the floor it's yours. Professor Morandotti, please.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much for this opportunity. I have to say at the beginning that I am really happy to be here and also really impressed by what I have seen in the first half of this morning, by the complexity and level and smartness of the researches and the case studies that have been presented. And it's a pleasure to be here to share some consideration about this topic. I just wish to make a few and a short introduction to the topic dealing with the European perspective and culture. And I start by the conclusion, so it's not a mistake that the first slide is a conclusion, but I thought to myself that if it would happen that we are too late and I have to cut everything rather than a slide, which should have been. And so I think that here are summarized the most relevant point that we can agree about on the topic, that by sure digitization has emerged since some years as a critical strategy for restoration, preservation and enhancement of cultural heritage in 2 perspectives that are also very clear in the presentation that we have seen this morning. So safeguard and protection of cultural assets on one side, and citizen participation and inclusion. So I think that when we speak about digitization of cultural heritage, we always have to take into consideration these 2 scenarios and perspectives. So the one related to restoration in a traditional way, let's say, and one related to social impact of digitization in terms of citizen participation and awareness. And of course, when we speak about digitization, we deal about ICT-based instruments, and so innovation is really fast. So when we look also in our laboratories to the researches that we developed on this topic 3, 4, 5 years ago, it seems right now slightly dated and obsolete. And this is something very familiar with everybody of us dealing with innovation in terms of ICT. So innovation moves very fast, and obviously artificial intelligence will act as is acting as a strong accelerator of innovation, and is something in which many spaces of innovative research has to be still done. Is also if we speak about HBeam or modeling about historical heritage. So there is a huge and crucial component in innovation in which universities may be engaged. And also in terms of public administrator strategy and point of view, and we are here within a project that it is an INTERREG project in which the leaders and the partners are municipalities. For public administration, the integration of digital technologies is not just a tool, has to be seen not just a tool to increase efficiency in decision-making processes, but also as a pathway to enhance participatory governance methods and approaches. And of course, we can go deep in a few minutes about the context of European recommendation, for instance, about this topic. There is a huge amount of documents generated by the EU about this topic. The most relevant is a recommendation dated 2021, which is the policy instrument at European Union level trying to drive the digitization of cultural heritage assets through European content. And this document has three main topics. One is cultural heritage threatened by climate change, disaster, and conflict. So in this case, the key word is risk of damaging due to human-related, of natural-related reasons. Then there is a digitalization seen as a vital infrastructure and resource for preservation of existing building and enhancement of resilience of community. We cannot forget that one of the key topics of resilience community is memory and identity, and cultural heritage is something we have seen in the first part of the morning that can enhance cultural identity of citizens living in a country, and also digitization as a driver for accessibility, inclusion, innovation, and tourism. And speaking about inclusion and accessibility, we have seen a few minutes ago a really impressive presentation of action that can be driven in this point. European Union has set also a kind of background system which is Europeana, in which can be shared the products of the cultural heritage digitization activities. Of course, the European Union, when speak about cultural heritage, takes into in the wider perspective. So monuments, piece of arts, landscapes, and so on. European Union set some targets to be achieved within 2025 and 2030 in terms of digitalization. To be really and pretty honest, sometimes European Union sets goals too high to be achieved. And this is probably due to some kind of urgency of communication rather than urgency in planning if something is achievable or not. And if we look, it is not a free optic test, so it's not expected that you read the numbers, but it's just to remember us that the goals that has been settled in 2021 were too high to be realistically achieved by all the countries. But still, things are moving on. Not so fast as European Union expected, because reality is often much more cruel than utopia, but is something that it is interesting to see, reading the documents, how this process is going on. The targets, for instance, settled by European Union was that by 2030, member states should digitize in 3D all monuments and sites falling under the category of cultural heritage at risk. And of course, this is something simply told impossible. I have checked, as an example, the data related to Italian patrimony. And officially speaking, so as far as it is achieving by official documents, we have listed in this database 24 monuments, and the number of expected monuments is 3 million. So, of course, is something that tells us that is a pathway that has to be developed with strategies that are really, really different from each country. What I have learned, and I have been learning in the role of advisory partner of this project, is that studying the policy instruments of every partner, and we are just 5, they are completely different because are completely different national and regional points and strategies. So the point that I like to put on the debate for this week is how we can take advantage of this scenario that is under our eyes and try to find a common path that is not common for everybody in tools and instruments because legislation are different, but which is the minimum common element that we can find among each other, which is another of the aims of the CHARME project. So we will be in a couple of years ready to know if we have centered the point. Of course, also at the research group in Pavia, we focus on this topic, but there will be another presentation later than me, that will show some results. And the point is also, and I'm going to close my presentation, is that when we speak about digitization, we have to move forward the wow factor that usually this generates, that is a added value, of course, but start speaking from a technological point of view on how these products are shareable, can be operated by multi-layer operators, can be preserved for the future. We are now entering in a historic period in which the digital artifacts has to be preserved because if we store them in a format that will not be more achievable in 10 years, we are going to lose this kind of new knowledge. So there are a lot of points that are open to the debate, also related to digital skills that has been checked in one of the presentations earlier this morning, that are really different across Europe, and this is a point in which also cultural institutions like university has a key role in terms of education and reskilling, not just of the students, but continuous education also for people that are already engaged in the society and in the world. So I think, and I really hope that I am within 10 minutes, that within this context we will be able to learn each other, which is the main perspective of the CHARME project, to exchange our point of view and our differences, because in recognizing these differences there is the key role for our common future. So hope you a great staying for the last of the day, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Professor Morandotti. You are really the person who supported a lot in our efforts to win this project. And it's true that we have very different approaches, very different policies, and moreover, we have very different knowledge about the European regulation. I must admit, I did not know that we need to do this effort all over Europe, that by 2030 to have everything scanned. I think, yes, it's a happy, let's say, model, but there are a lot of places in Romania with wonderful patrimony, but with no knowledge about what we are doing here. So it will be very important. Maybe our efforts will go in this direction to have like a model or some position that gives some support to these policies, because it's one thing to say you must do that, but if we provide some tools that will facilitate, at least at the beginning, the important cities with huge patrimony and with university to do that, and then to support the others, it will be an important step not only for our communities but for the entire Europe. But we will continue with the University of Pavia with the tools and methods for 3D surveying and modeling, from real space to digital technologies and methods for reliable heritage representation.
Okay, thank you. Okay, perfect. Okay, thank you to everyone, and thank you to the municipality and Elena, the municipality of Iași, for this organization and for this beautiful occasion to share our experiences and to share our activities also. During the previous presentation, we have listened and we have read to a lot of different words. For example, the public engagement, the risk in cultural heritage, valorization, the tourism, but also the preservation of memories. And for this, all the different digital tools that we will see and that maybe you already know are instruments for try to resolve and to keep these words in mind and to develop strategies for cultural heritage. Okay, perfect. The digitization of cultural heritage is obviously, as already said, one of the main elements in some of the recommendations and some of the European regulation that we have at our disposal. Obviously, in the Agenda 2030, we have a lot of different instructions how we can use it. For example, there are some elements, for example, the information system that are indicated as target, okay, inside of the agenda. And information system, we can define them as something that can manage the complexity of the cultural heritage, so in our field. And this is useful for us to understand that when we use the digital tools, when we use information system, when we want to talk about digitization of cultural heritage, we need to understand what is our goal, why we need to do this kind of digitization. Because, of course, all the different tools, all the different instruments that we are able to use must be used and integrated it depends of what is the goal that we want to obtain, because all the different instruments can be used alone for specific target, for specific goal, but integrated all together can create a protocol of action that can help us to better define and to better realize the digitization of cultural heritage that we have in mind and that we want to develop for specific project and for specific target. Choose the right instrument is fundamental, also related, for example, to the data that we need to obtain, to the integration that we want to create between the output of the different instruments, but of course it's also important to define what is the use of the digital space that we have at our disposal, because all these different tools, all these different instruments create a lot and create a big amount of data, okay, that we have to collect, that we have to keep aligned, to keep in our servers, to keep in our hardware, and we need to use the data that we have in the right way and to collect them in the safer way possible, okay, also related to all the privacy aspect. All the different instruments allow us to create different output, okay? We have instruments such as LASIK scanner that we have seen also before in the presentation of the University of Iași that allow us to manage the complexity of the building, so the complexity of the morphology, but also to develop structural analysis. This can allow us to better understand the connection also between the different parts of a building, the different part of a cultural heritage built. Okay, but of course, if you want to focus on other elements, for example, the material aspect, the degradation, the alteration of the cultural heritage, there are other different instruments that we can use. For example, we can refer to the photogrammetric technique. That is a technique that uses instruments such as cameras to collect photographs from different point of view, and at the end we can recreate a 3D model, not using a laser scanner, but using simply a camera and a really complex software on our laptop. Another instrument that is really fundamental in our activities, also in our labs, are drones. Obviously, we are trying to use ultralight drones, so the one on the corner, because we are developing system of, for example, monitoring of cultural heritage. We are trying to develop also an integration between the use of drones for photogrammetry and for the creation of 3D model at a urban scale, integrated with object detection technique to detect different technological elements. It depends on the project, obviously. In this case, it is a project in the city of Bethlehem, for example, and we have developed a system to detect tanks and panels on the roof. So all these kind of tools can be used in a lot of different ways and integrated between each other to create a different database, different data set that can be used for different kind of project. And obviously not just the instrument is fundamental, but also how to use the instrument is something in which we have to develop skills and develop strategies, because the same instrument, the same drones can be used in a different ways, with different protocols, with different plan of flight, and we can obtain a lot of different results in this way. So also the definition of technical and persons that are expert in the use of this tool is something that is fundamental in developing and in go further with the digitization of cultural heritage. So using all the different instruments integrated together is something that allows us, but also in our lab, to create an integrated database. This is something that could be used for a lot of different goals, and is something that allows you to collect a lot of different information that can be used by different target persons for goals related to the public engagement, the analysis of the risk, tourism approaches, structural analysis about the stability of the building. So all this kind of instrument create a base for all the analysis that we can do after the acquisition of the data. Just an example, in the past semester we have talked about use this instrument for structural analysis, for the analysis of the morphologies. This is the inside of a tower, for example, in Poland, in Gdańsk. And this is part of the city that we have acquired. And this is just an example to let you know and to let you see how we can integrate all the different instruments in to create the base of the analysis. This, for example, is a planimetry of a part of the city of Gdańsk obtained with a different kind of laser scanner. Why? Because it's really important to define what is, as we said before, the goal of our analysis. For example, in this case, we need a really fast acquisition of all the city, and we've used terrestrial laser scanners just to go deeper on some specific building and on some specific corner of the city that necessitate a lot of more analysis. when we acquire data, we can use we can use them for a lot of different elements and a lot of different things. We can use this in the traditional way, drawing by hands, maybe 2D drawings for restoration. We can draw this kind of element also with the new technology, for example, with the detection of the materials, the detection of the stones. We have already tried to do also this in our lab. We can create 3D models with a lot of different techniques because there is not one way to create a 3D model. You can create it starting from the point cloud using other kind of historical sources. For example, we have heard about this before, thanks to the presentation. And of course, we can also print our 3D model for different goals, so for different scope in our project. This, for example, is a 3D model that we have created specific for architectural students. So students can use this 3D model to analyze all the different technical parts of the model in which to better understand how technological elements works. So how a window is connected to a wall, how different part of the architectural works together. And using this kind of model, they can start to understand what they maybe will see in the future, okay, so on the field. This is another project that we have done in collaboration with students, so with an involvement of younger people, students of university in this case. We have acquired the data of Dluge Street in Dansk. We have created 2D drawings, 3D models of the city, and also students have done an historical research about the past experience of the city. The city of Dansk was destructed during the Second World War, so it was really important to analyze how it was for the idea of recreate a memory and recreate what was before the war. And at the end, they have created a path along the street, along the city, with focus on some specific element, historical element, and they've created also avatars drawing by themselves. Obviously, also in a project like this, avatars can be created in a lot of different ways. We can create it with AI, we can draw our avatars and move them with our software, but also we can acquire a person with address and use the real acquisition of a person in a virtual tour. We have a room in our lab that is a room with 78 cameras all connected. It's a photogrammetric room. So we can acquire, for example, a person that can be after moved in a digital way to be used as avatar or as a presenter inside of a virtual tour, a video, or a 3D model. To conclude, I just want to remember also how these digital tools are not just for the management of the risk, the public engagement, the valorization, but they are also an element for the public administration that can help to manage a city. In this case, we are looking to a picture of a geographic information system, the one on the corner, that is an information system in which 3D data and specific information related to the architecture, to the building, but also to the function of the urban asset are all connected together. And this can help a municipality to have a control and to manage the city with different information. This is a project co-financed by AIX, that is an association, an Italian association that was developed in the city of Bethlehem. So we have recreated this GIS to help the municipality, so to help a public administration to manage the city, adding all the information that municipality need in this way. And just to conclude, this is one of the protocols that we are trying to follow in our lab. When I say in our lab, I intend the lab of Professor Morandotti. We are trying to follow this kind of protocol in all our activities because our goal is the one to use the digital data acquired to create something that can be useful for restoration, for the management, and for the reuse of the cultural heritage. Thank you.
Thank you for this presentation, and I'm really glad that I saw a lot of links with the presentation that our local experts and professors made, and I'm really glad to see that the efforts somehow go in the same direction, so there are very good premises to have very good results in the project. And to continue with our presentation, I will invite this time the municipality of Pavia to have the presentation Connected Steps, Tradition and Technology for the Paths International Volunteer Camp, engaging young people as active participants in the digital enhancement of cultural heritage.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone, and thank you for the warm welcome and affection you show us every time we meet. I'm Angela Gregorini, the Counselor for Tourism and Youth Policies of the Municipality of Pavia, and I bring you greetings from the Mayor, Michele Lissia, and all the administration of Pavia, between my colleague Francesco Brendolese that is here with me. I'm going to talk about our project, but first of all, I have to apologize for my bad English, but I know you will forgive me. Pavia, which, as you know, is one of the most important university city in Italy and in Europe too, I think, with 30,000 students who lives in. And Pavia is crossed by a beautiful river, the Ticino River. When you come to visit our city in September 2024, we have the possibility to see the river and sail the river with a boat. Pavia is also crossed by various religious paths, and the most important and famous of which is the Via Francigena, that is a path who is near the river. Today I will present you a project that brings together and valorizes all these elements of our city: the university, the student, the river, and the Via Francigena. The project is this, and is connected with the CHARME. The municipality of Pavia is very interested in promoting slow and sustainable tourism. The interest is linked to the paths of faith and culture, because Pavia is crossed by 12 paths, and for that the Council of Europe recognizes our city like the crossroad of Europe. In this map you can see the paths, the 12 paths. Every path is with a different color. In Pavia, we had a big discussion for understand how can we make the Via Francigena path more attractive, and the answer was with digitalization. And how we can digitize the Francigena path with the help and the collaboration of the student and the university. In particular with the DICAR, the department in the University of Pavia. And so the project. The project is called Connected Steps. What is? Is a voluntary camp to restore the Via Francigena path along the river Ticino and prepare its digital mapping. Who are the participants? The participants are 50 students, Italian and European students, but not only European. We have 33 applications received from Italian and international students, and we had selected 5 Italian students and 10 international students, European and students in all the world. We have, for example, Pakistan student, Egyptian student, Russian student, Indian students, all the world. 11 male and 4 female, all the students attending the University of Pavia. What does it consist of, the project? The students have to carry out small maintenance activity in the path, install tourism signage, and collect images and content to support digital mapping on the route. The instrument to take images and content are the instruments that Elisabetta Doria presented you before, okay? When this camp is from 7th to 14 September, now. Where is inside the Parco del Ticino, near the river, Lido di Pavia. Which is our focus? We have 3 focus. The first one is sustainable tourism in Pavia. The second one, cultural and natural heritage. And the third, activity development of young people. We have 2 priorities: making the Via Francigena more attractive through digital innovation and engaging young people, our students, as activity in promotion the path, with 2 levels of information, for tourists and for managing. The main output for the project is a map of the urban section of the Via Francigena in Google Maps, with tools and images. These attractive tools will indicate observation spots, historical and natural points, services such dining or accommodation for the pilgrims or the tourists. And the map will be accessible by a link published on the website of Municipality of Pavia and University of Pavia. This work is also to check the critical point in the Via Francigena. We think that GPS system, interactive maps, and digital content could be a replicable model that combines heritage, technology, and active citizenship. But about us, that we will take more Tuesday, I think, with the pilot ideas. In conclusion, this initiative demonstrated how cultural and natural heritage can become a space for learning, creativity, and civic expression supported by digital tools. And at the same time, it shows how digital innovation can drive young engagement, transforming young people in active citizens. And now, at the end, the partners. The partners of the project are Babele, that is lead organization, Municipality of Pavia, the Department of Youth Policies and Tourism, my department, and the Department of Education, Socialization and Participation, in collaboration with Università di Pavia, Lombardy Park of the Ticino Valley, and other non-profit organizations like Centro Servizi per il Volontariato Lombardia Sud, Associazione SALT, Sacco Libera Tutti, Circolo, Lega Ambiente, Barcè. This project, the cost of this project, the total cost of this project is 12,000 euros, but is co-financing for the municipality of Pavia to 5,000 euros, and the other for the Fondazione Comunitaria. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation of this beautiful project. I was thinking how to link it with our ambulance of monuments, which is doing some things in another level, but the idea of the beginning is probably quite similar, to involve young people and to do things for our, let's say, lost patrimony or about to be lost. And I think this is really interesting and important to see how ideas can complete each other, and how ideas go in the same direction in so different cities in various regions of Europe. But yeah, this is INTERREG Europe, in fact. Well, when I was in Pavia, I was really impressed when I visited several spots, but the Basilicata of San Michele Maggiore was one of my favorites. So it's a pleasure to have now a presentation about the Basilicata of San Michele Maggiore in Pavia, digital technologies for knowledge preservation, research and valorization of cultural heritage. So the representative.
Well, I am here just to speak, but the author of the presentation is Professor Vittorio Vaccari, which is here. He's a friend, first of all, and to me it is an example of real social engagement in common interest. He is here as a president of a no-profit association which is focused on the valorization of the church. So it's a kind of example, and it has been selected as both as a stakeholder and a case study or best practice for the CHARME project as an example of efforts generated by societies, not led by official institution, but by association of citizens that make efforts in fundraising and encouraging knowledge and restoration on this monument. The Church of San Michele is the Basilica of San Michele is probably one of the most relevant architectural monuments in Pavia, among other, of course, and is a cornerstone of medieval history, not just a local but also level, but also across Europe. And it is an unicum in the architecture of medieval churches in Pavia, also for its the materials and that has been used to build the church, for its charm, let's say, for its fascination. And it's by sure an element that is relevant also for the identity of the city and the community, and is also kind of touristic attraction, let's say. On this church, the association Il Bel San Michele is active since many, many years. We have decided to close the gap of the horizon of this presentation and the action, let's say, to the last 5 years, let's say. And I have tried to underline a keyword for different action. The first is not hierarchical, but is something that is crucial, is knowledge. Knowledge in the approach that Professor Vaccari is carrying on together with our team and other universities engaged in the project is an integrated knowledge that puts together, and this is at the basis of our approach also of restoration, that put together history, materials, decay, further restoration, constructive technologies, and so on. And when we speak about history for the Basilica of San Michele, it is a relevant point that we have had access not a few months ago, so it's something new also for us, a huge patrimony of drawing that is in Poitiers, in the University of Poitiers, and is the achievement of a French architect, de Darten, that made a huge survey of several monuments in northern Italy, and one of these is San Michele, and we have collected, due to the cooperation with the University of de Darten, these drawings, the original transcript of this, the digital transcript of this drawing, and is something that we are going to study in the next future, because it gives us a huge example of a traditional survey which was absolutely sharp in terms of precision, attention, and also beauty of the drawing and capacity of the communication. And within this achieved, there are some historical pictures that are also really relevant to foster the knowledge of the monument. Knowledge cannot be seen separated from research and innovation, and the Association Il Bel San Michele fostered this cooperation with universities, the University of Pavia and other universities in North Italy, in order to support decision for the restoration of the church on a strong scientific background. And of course, in that case, we use all the technology that we have already seen in terms of scanning, acquisition, modeling, detailed models, and so on. The point that I'd like to stress in this point is not a technical point about how to make these surveys, because here all knows, but the fact that, for instance, this model was used by the Association Il Bel San Michele to define the conservation process of that facade. So it's an example of a research activity that is really applied to real construction sites driven by community, let's say, from not institutional body, but an association of citizens. When we speak about model, in this case, we pushed the detail of the survey very deep because the architecture deserves this kind of attention and detail. And also we shared these drawings with public body like Superintendenza of Cultural Heritage in Lombardy in order to share knowledge among different bodies. And when we speak about research and innovation, we speak also about procedures. Procedure is something that it's really important for us because it's a kind of standardized approach that is compliant with European procedures and that gives us the possibility to generate a product that is on an average level. And of course, when we deal about survey, we deal also about decays. I'm not going to bother you with details about cracks and so on, but there are some colleagues here that maybe are interested. This kind of close-range photography given by drones and other technology are really helpful in the design process in comparison with traditional approaches because they are faster, much more accurate, and give the designer a huge amount of information at just the fraction of the cost that should have been necessary in traditional way. The association Il Bel San Michele was also able to make a huge fundraising activities, being the main actor of a big project funded by Fondazione Cariplo, which is a relevant public and private body actor in northern Italy, gained in 2023 a huge project of 1.4 million euros for the restoration of a part of the basilica, not all, because the whole project should be at least 10 times more that budget. But in that, the name of that project, I didn't translate it, but is Il Sistema San Michele, the San Michele system, and I underlined that the word system because it's the way in which we consider cultural heritage as an integrated amount of knowledge, historical, technological, related to research and innovation, and within that budget that was integrated by other sponsorship, let's say from religious bodies and private bodies, there are both works in terms of restoration and research activities. And this is one of the points that are relevant for us, that gives us the opportunity to show this experience here, as it is an integration of real construction sites and research activities. Some of the restoration has been done. The project is going to be concluded in a few months. And here we have selected just one picture among the 10 that we can show you about one of the vaults. On the left, it was the vault before the restoration, and on the right, the vault after the restoration. About this picture, we can start a debate of a couple of days with colleagues about restoration, but I'm not going to do it right now. The point is that the colors that you see there are the original one. They were covered during the 19th century restoration of the cathedral, because at that time, the idea of the restoration was that medieval cathedral has to be dark. And so they decided intentionally to cover all the color layered in the church because it was not compliant with the idea of medieval church that the restoration culture in Italy and across Europe at that time was engaged. So we are now discovering a completely new church, and this also is knowledge related to conservation and restoration. The vault system is a really complex system in that case. We have developed several other researches because the church that we see right now is not the original one. When we speak about original in terms of restoration, is a really dangerous word to use, of course. But on the picture on the right, you see a detail of the conjunction of the vault with the internal wall, and that point declares us that the vault that we see right now is not the original one. Effectively, the original vaults were bigger. They collapsed or were demolished due to structural problems in the 15th century and were rebuilt with smaller vaults. And now we are able to read the point of conjunction, and we are studying the way in which to show this, to make people aware of the transformation of the church itself and about it is true and false, because they covered the original bricks with painted bricks according to the texture of the brick that should have been corrected. And so nowadays it's something on the go, because we have developed a couple of months ago the complete survey of the upper level of the vaults. So there are the vaults seen from the top. This has not been published yet because we are working on that survey. But the interesting point is that this is an example of high technology approach in 3D scanning related to historical and architectural layering and studying. For someone of you that may be interested, you see the 4 vault built in the 15th century, and you see the 2 bigger places in which there was the original ancient squared vaults, and we are now for the first time a scientific-based survey in order to make further studies. I'm going to close with an ongoing activities financed by the association. There are 2 ongoing researches that we are working on in this month. The first one uses drones, UAV, for defining a protocol of semi-automated periodic inspection and surveys in order to manage instruments of continuative conservation. So this is something that is interesting for us because pushes slightly on the innovation from the use of drones to the automated reading of picture acquired by drones in order to detect the decay. And then a second one, which is a virtual tour, an immersive experience of the Basilica with the aim of communication strategy of the Basilica and the transformation among time. And that's something that we wish is more to come, maybe can be something that starts from now on, is a research project that we are thinking of generating and constructing a new international research project within European Union fund opportunity to comprehensively model the church, establish an interactive database using the church as an example of medieval architecture that can be expanded throughout Europe. And so maybe that also in this week we may share some idea to foster a partnership with other universities to challenge for this project. This is something that with Professor Vaccari we are thinking from some time, so it's not new to the ground, but I think it's the time to move forward. And just going to quickly close with another point that the Basilica financed. You know that we selected this one as one of the best practice of CHARME, the laser scanning of one of the decorated stone elements that are really decayed right now, and according to some original drawing, we rebuilt a 3D model of the stone as it was in the ancient time, using the survey in Poitiers to take advantage of the shadow that was drawn in that drawing before the decay of the last century to remodel a point cloud of this picture, which is St. Michael and the Dragon. At the timing of writing down the project CHARME, we had a small 3D printing. Now, thanks to some more funding, we had developed a one-to-one scale printing of that element. So it's a 60 by 1 meter and 30 centimeter printing using a very innovative 3D printing technique. And it is now in an exposition in the church that show the visitor the piece of stone as it was, and so you can go out and see as it is. And I think this is, from a dissemination point of view, is a really effective way to make people understand the impact of the decay, and maybe also to make some kind of sensibilization of the community about the urgency and the importance of restoration. On that system, we are planning to build a complete 3D model of the facade, of all expanding this acquisition to all the elements in order to give an immersive virtual experience for the users, in order to see the facade as it is and as it was, and maybe layering some other information about the meanings and of that symbol. So many things are going on, and thank you for the opportunity to show this. Professor Vaccari.
Thank you, Professor Morandotti. This was really impressive, and it will be very nice, as you mentioned, if a new project between several universities from Europe will start from this point and will be spread it all over Europe. We will continue with the presentation of the Lombardy region. We are very pleased that they are with us today. And the presentation is the role of Lombardy region in valorization of cultural enterprises and digitalization of cultural heritage. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the invitation. I'm learning so much today, so I'm really glad to share with you some practices. I am Marco Papale on behalf of Lombardy region cultural department. My focus activities is on cultural projects financed by European funds. I wanted just to share you some topics today. First of all, the role played by the Lombardy region in valorization of cultural heritage, and specifically the cultural and creative enterprises. The second topic will be the cultural heritage digitalization plan coming from the national strategy with its implication on impacts and on regional targets. Which is the role of the Lombardy region. It is a pole in the cultural panorama. It hosts 10 UNESCO sites with over 1,500 of cultural creative industries. The role is trying to support the cultural sector, for example, during pandemic with extra funds covering the economic crisis of cultural sector. We try to support all kinds of cultural subjects, not only the traditional ones as museums, archaeological areas, UNESCO sites, but also, for example, intangible heritage, cultural roots. From Yashi, someone was talking about the cultural roots, and also some topic from the valorization of First World War. We are doing something similar in our region. Also historical parks and gardens. The concrete example I wanted to share with you today was one of the calls we did last year, the Innova Cultura call, so the innovation of a cultural sector, passing through the partnership. Partnership is the main concept on this slide. We tried to involve cultural creative industries, especially the little ones, not so big, encouraging the partnership with the cultural subjects already existing, with the need of to renew themselves. We used about 6 million euros financed by the European Fund for Regional Development, ERDF. And this call can be divided in some steps. First of all, we selected the CCIs because there was a great interest in this economic sector. The ones that were specialized in development of innovative solutions and products. We encouraged the partnership, and we did a real matching day with the cultural subject interested in these innovation projects. And we did then, in the second moment, the real call to finance the projects. The response was quite good because there were over 100 projects presented. We established some criteria because the funds were not enough to finance all the projects, so just 49 projects were financed with a total value, total cost of over 9 million euros and over 60 CCIs. Analyzing data after the closing of the call, we tried to clusterize the kind of projects that won this first call in four types. So project focused on augmented reality, extended reality, and metaverse, so more on technologies. Process for inclusion, diversity, and young people. Projects with extended partnerships, so with many subjects included. And projects for management efficiency and personalized use of cultural experiences. The second part of the presentation involves the National Digitalization Plan that have mainly three basic values, three basic ideas. The expansion of the access to cultural heritage, the digital transformation, and the most technological one, the enablement of interdependent ecosystems. I'm not focusing on the direct explanation of this project due to reason to link it to the time available. And I will go directly to the action progresses that can be divided in four kinds of services: enabling services, production services, management services, and access services. I'm not focusing on each kind of service. I want just to underline the main part of the work on the digitalization, the hard work, on digitalization of the cultural items, and also the creation of a digital library. The main idea is to use a common framework, common technological framework, digitalizing data in the same format, in the same ways, and making them available for all kinds of application. The economic resources for the implementation of the digital strategies are over 100,000 million, mainly financed from the Recovery and Resilience Fund, but also from other sources. The institutes that the strategy focused on were the state archives, above all for the land registries, the national libraries focusing on the newspapers until 1950, the national museums with some artistic and archaeological material, and photographic archives. From the national targets, national strategy derives the regional one. So we have a target to reach of over 1.5 million digitalized items within the end of the year, by the end of the years, with over 6 million of economic source. but our Lombardy region thought to enrich this target, trying to double the number of digitalized assets, with reaching about 3.1 million of assets. I'm not going into details. However, if you have any question, you may contact me to this address. Thank you.
Thank you. It's really important to see that there are a lot of opportunities for financing and for major programs of financing. We hope we will see it also in other regions of the Europe, so clear, structured, and so generously financed. But now it's the moment to have a wonderful presentation from our wonderful friend from Coimbra. I invite Joanna to make the presentation of the Silent Stone, giving life to history, and at the Al-Medina Tower, engaging through storytelling in the digital age.
Thank you, dear Elena. Let me start by expressing our gratitude to the Mayor of Iași, to dear colleague Elena Farca, to the colleagues of the municipality of Iași, Adriana and other colleagues, and to all the partners of this wonderful project, Interreg Europe CHARME, for hosting us here in Iași, in this wonderful Palace of Culture, an outstanding building, and showing us the outstanding work that you do here in Iași. Also, I would like to point the participation of the University of Iași, dear professors here, that are helping us, as Professor Morandotti, to develop this project, having as a base the research that universities that accompanies us in this project provide to us cities to develop our political local policies. Another word is due to the ECTU Alliance, because all of this international cooperation has a starting point, and it is the ECTU Alliance that connects our universities. We are universitary cities, and we are partners of the ECTU Alliance. This provided the opportunity for us to work together. This Interreg Europe CHARME is the second application we have done together, and we are now preparing our third application to European funds. All of these three applications have been led by the municipality of Pavia, having us, ECTU city partners, as associated partners of these applications. So, what this proves is that the opportunity we had provided by the ECTU Alliance led us to work in several areas. It started as cultural heritage, now digitization with this CHARME project, and we will work together in active aging, which connects directly to one of the big projects of the ECTU Alliance, a master, and the work package 4. So to prove that this is all connected, all of us, the universities, the municipalities, the professors, the research, local policies, showing that the EU, the values that we work to achieve together, they are proving to be very valuable and very worth to our policies and to our international cooperation, since we are now not only partners, but cities that work together and are friends. And this is the whole purpose of our work. So our presentation today is called The Silent Stone, Giving Life to History at the Al-Medina Tower. It gives us the opportunity to engage through storytelling and into the digital area. Our delegation here is composed by myself and my two colleagues, Elizabeth Carvalho, head of unit of museology, and Raquel Magalhães. She also works in not only in the museum, but in the Al-Medina Tower itself. Another thing is that our interregional meeting in Coimbra was already done. So it's very easy for us because you have already seen these two good practices in Coimbra, which is the Almedina Tower and the TUMO project. The ones that didn't come to our interregional meeting are invited to go to Coimbra and to get to know our projects. So, this is the... So, our partnership, here we bring two good practices. The Almedina Tower, which is included in the Coimbra Municipal Museum, and the TUMO project, which is an educational project that you all met, that provides, it involves youth and also creativity and technology. It's an educational project and it works after school. You all visited them. So what happened here is that the CHARME project gave us the opportunity to work between two good practices, being TUMO also our stakeholder. So the focus is the medieval walls of Coimbra and the Almedina Tower. The goal of this project is to bring history closer to younger audiences, and the method is to join cultural heritage with storytelling and digital technology. So the whole idea is the Coimbra Municipal Museum and TUMO Coimbra have joined forces to develop an innovative interpretation project about the medieval walls of the city. What we developed was a story that is the silent stone. It's a stone, so it's silent because it's a stone, but the stone thinks and speaks. So since this stone is there, since the Roman times of Coimbra till now, it has witnessed all the history of Coimbra, and it can talk and it can give to the young people the opportunity to listen to what the stone has to say about the history of Coimbra. So this initiative seeks to bring history closer to young audiences, combining cultural heritage, storytelling, and digital technology. By focusing in this specific Almedina Tower walled city center, the project explores how medieval Coimbra can be experienced and engaged in a meaningful way by the young people, by children and teenagers. The aim is to create a bridge between past and present, where heritage is not only preserved, but also can be experienced, understood, and reimagined by younger generations. So, TUMO Coimbra, as I explained you, it's a very nice place. It's a free educational program for young people between 12 and 18, where they can explore creative and technological skills, such as animation, game design, programming, film, music, and graphic design. Combining self-learning with expert-led workshops, TUMO empowers students, so young people, to develop projects in a hands-on, on a collaborative way. So what we did, what we understood is that this TUMO was there, just, they are our neighbors, so they have the young people, they have the tools, they have the skills, so we had to take this opportunity to make the students go to our museum, get to know the history of the city, and engage with the medieval Almedina Tower. Within this partnership, TUMO Coimbra plays a key role by engaging its students as active co-creators at animation, transforming them from passive audiences into contributors to cultural heritage interpretation. I would like to underline the importance of the word co-creators, because it's themselves, the students, that do the work. Oh, here I think we have a video now. Can we play the video? Yeah. This is TUMO. These are the young people. This was the old post office of the city. It was abandoned for some years, and now it is full of life. These are the students entering TUMO. Every day, hundreds of students go there after school, completely free. And they work in creative technologies. now they are working for us, for the museum, for the city, to get to know our history. They have many computers, skills, professors. And they are guided by these teachers. Some of them work in animation, others programming, others music. And so this was, as you can see, a good opportunity for us. So we proposed to TUMU to work with us, with the Municipal Museum. This was just for you to understand the environment of TUMU. Oh, okay. So as you visited the Almedina Tower, it is one of the good practice of this project. The World City Center is located in the Almedina Tower. It's an interpretive center. Our colleague Raquel works there directly, so if you want to talk with her, she will provide also some details. The Almedina Tower has this interactive equipment which projects the main gate and the medieval city fortifications. So this includes a model of the wall, you were there and you saw it, and the monuments of the medieval times, animated by explanatory and several illustrative films available in 5 languages. We had a video mapping projections activated by the visitor according to their interests, and we have an outdoor interpretive walking trail with signage. There is a clear opportunity to deepen engagement with younger audiences. This was our goal through new creative approaches with a strong commitment to continuous improvement. And I might add also scientific knowledge, because all the contents that are provided here are historically and scientifically very well done, and by our colleagues. They are art historians, they are professional historians, so all of this has a very rooted, specific knowledge. So the idea was when a stone tells a story. So, introduction of a new storytelling option tailored specifically for children and teenagers. The chosen narrative device is a stone from the medieval wall that travels through time. This is a character, of course, that guides the audience through different historical moments of the city, offering a playful yet informative perspective. By personifying an element of the heritage itself, the story makes history more relatable, memorable, and emotionally engaging for young visitors. So storytelling, as you know, is one of the oldest and most powerful and universal forms of human communication. By combining ancestral storytelling with contemporary digital languages, the museum can create experiences that are both immersive and meaningful. So we have digital tools, animations, interactive media, gamified content that allows visitors to learn by doing, exploring, imagining, while being supported by scientifically validated information. The goal is to create a museum experience that goes beyond observation, encouraging emotional connection, curiosity, and active participation. So the role of TUMU, they are, of course, our operational partner. They are responsible for this, for adapting the historical content into digital formats. So we provided them the story. The story of the stone was done by the museum. So we gave them the story that travels through time, and they did the technological part. They, the students. So the unique feature is the development process itself is carried out by young people for young people. So that's why we call it by youth for youth. making the project highly participatory. So we don't intervene in the part of the digital conceptualization of the narrative. Through this collaborative creation, the target of the audience is directly involved in shaping the tools and languages used to tell their own city story. The participatory approach ensures that the final product is authentic, appealing, and aligned with the students' expectations and creativity. So, of course, here you can see that the students, these exercises uses imagination, design skills, and storytelling. They have done so many works till now, so this learning lab, imagine your city with animated character within it. These are some examples that the students have made. But this new project that I'm talking about, this Silent Stone, goes further than this. This is the kind of work that they are doing right now, and what we proposed to TUMU was to go further. We proposed a larger challenge that requires more time, deeper collaboration, producing a full animation connected to historical contexts. Students are not only creating art, but they are also communicating history to their peers in an engaging way. So they are doing this, and now they will do in the next meetings, in the next interregional meetings of CHARME, we will show you the project of the Silent Stone, because it's not yet fully accomplished. So, at TUMU, creativity is not limited to theory, but brought into the real world through hands-on projects. These animation projects that they are doing, they are a strong example of how ideas can become more tangible regarding the outcomes they achieve, while giving young people an active and meaningful role in this process. So this is the phases that they use in TUMU, so the animation pipeline, like a real studio, the teamwork and collaboration, close partnership with the museum, youth at the creative core. So these are the main guidelines of our project, and as you can imagine, for us, this third one, close partnership with the museum, is the one that we are completely connected with, because the museum acts as both guide and creative partner. It ensures artistic work is meaningful and culturally grounded, and gives students the chance to visit the museum, to get to know the museum, and to contribute to a larger real work project. So they see that what they do is used by the city, and it is provided to everyone else. So TUMU leads the adaptation they do many things. They lead the adaptation of the story into a digital animation. So they have an educational team, they divide the process into tasks. Students choose their preferred roles. Tasks were assigned based on these preferences, ensuring active participation. The first phase of this project is completed. So the story is adapted into an animation script. We have now 2 scripts that are already finalized by students. The names of the students are here, Pedro and Vera. The next step, at the start of the school year, so now in September, the students will begin to drawing and animating based on these scripts they have already done. So these are the phases. The phase 1, pre-production, is completed. We are now in the phase 2, starting the pre-production art development, which means that they have to visit the Almedina Tower, the World City Center. These visits will be guided by the museum educational services. So then we have the other phases, the production, the phase 3 that goes ahead, and then the post-production and the final stage. The expected outcome is to have a finished digital animation ready for presentation in June 2026. The project impact, it provides an innovative model for heritage interpretation, blending traditional with digital innovation, engages younger generations, not only as visitors, but also co-creators of cultural content, strengthens the role of museums as active spaces for learning, creativity, and dialogue. The impact of the project is also associated to the contribution to the INTERREG CHARME objectives by promoting cultural heritage as a driver of community identity, stimulating youth participation in cultural projects, fostering cross-generational and cross-cultural connections, enhance digitization as a powerful tool to connect cultural heritage and younger people. So we are proud to say that CHARME project gave us the opportunity to work directly with TUMO, with our stakeholders, engaging between two best practices of this CHARME project, so Almadina Tower and TUMO. And of course, our third best practice is the University Science Museum, which is also an outstanding example how Coimbra works with its cultural heritage. So we are thankful for this opportunity because all of this provides us the opportunity to learn with all of you, to think about this, and to actively work and provide new contents that are the result of this Integrare Europe CHARME. So thank you very much. We are always so happy to participate in this partnership with the colleagues of these ECTU cities, and we are keen to host you in Coimbra and each one of the cities of the ECTU Alliance, which is an alliance that provides us material to work in so many things together. We are stronger and we have more tools to do new things in our cities because of this international cooperation. So thank you very much. We are grateful for your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Joanna. Well, you made already the conclusion of your presentation, so this make more easy my job. And I will try to link this presentation of yours with our next presentation because it's also about involving young people. And I think these are the two key elements to make education more adapted and more accepted by young people. Storytelling and gamification. These are the main tools that make really attractive any process of education, and I'm really happy that our students from the High School of Informatics in Iași are still here and they saw the presentation. Maybe those two presentations will give them some ideas to continue their work, and next time I will talk more about their work on CHARME also. So welcome Poitiers to have the presentation with digital archaeology, virtual exploration of a historical site through an excavation game.
Thank you very much. I'm Nadège Gauthier from Palace of Poitiers, and this is Sarah David from Grand Poitiers. We're going to present you a video game designed and developed by the team of the Palace of Poitiers. First of all, Palace of Poitiers is nowadays one of the most remarkable monuments of medieval civil architecture in France. In the 11th century, the palace was the seat of the power for counts of Poitou and dukes of Aquitaine. There's many illustrious figures linked to the Palace of Poitiers, like Eleanor of Aquitaine, Richard the Lionheart, the Pope Clement V, or Jean de Berry. During the French Revolution, the Palace of the Dukes of Aquitaine became the courthouse, so a place for justice, a palace of justice. And extensive work was carried out until the 19th century to adapt the monument to its new functions. And in 1862, the palace was listed as a historic monument.
Since 2019, the palace has entered a new era, a new phase following the leaving of the Justice Department. Now the palace is owned by the city of Poitiers, and it's at the heart of a big renovation project and restoration project. This project was launched in 2016, and it's currently ongoing, and it will lead to the opening of the palace in 2029. You will discover this palace if you come to Poitiers for the next interregional meeting of CHARME in December, because it's one of the best practices we identified for the project. Okay, since 2020, several excavations campaigns have taken place at the palace, because the palace has been very little studied, with previous excavations dating back to the 20th century by Father Camille de la Croix, who was a Jesuit priest and archaeologist, and in 1943 during the Second World War.
While awaiting renovation work, which will begin next year, the palace is already open to the public. The Great Hall, so the major hall from this palace, welcomes more than 120,000 visitors per year. The Great Hall hosts also exhibitions, like you can see, related to heritage. Currently, the palace construction site from the Middle Age to the present day. But it also hosts events, shows, guided tours, educational workshops, etc. And in mediation, our goal is to convey the richness of the palace history, as well as the complexity of this renovation project. So we often use the expression, we want to reveal the invisible. Many different professions are involved, for example, in this palace project, and we want to show all of its richness and unique features. So we were looking for new ideas for a fun, innovative educational program that would appeal to children, but also appeal to adults, linked to this palace renovation project. What we wanted to use our existing tool at the palace, a touchscreen table. We wanted to develop a fun game that can be played by several people at the same time and can be shared. We wanted to touch a broad target audience, children and their parents. We wanted an iconic character from the palace to accompany us, and of course a meaningful theme, storytelling, reliable. We identified two possible game themes. It could be a game about the construction of the palace, which could highlight the construction machinery from Middle Age to nowadays, or we could link it to archaeology. So we decided to focus on archaeology. Archaeological discoveries fascinate visitors. It allows us to explore history since ancient times, but also excavation techniques. So it's a subject that links the past, the present, and the future. So the game was developed by Ludovic Namin, a member of the Palace team. Ludovic is a cultural mediator who organizes and runs workshops and guided tours, but he is also an artist. He's studied in École européenne supérieure de l'image, an art school that awards a national diploma. It's a search game in which players must dig through sandy soil to uncover various archaeological materials, reconstruct them if necessary, and then classify them into the correct category: fauna, ceramics, lapidary, or waste. Once the game is over, each item is completed by a short explanation with pictures of the real discoveries made at the palace by archaeologists. So this game is for ages from 7 and up, and from 1 to 6 players. It's available on the touchscreen every day in the palace, and daily it's used even by children or adults.
Okay, so in addition to playing archaeologists, this game also reveals real discoveries that were made in the palace. There is also a cooperative aspect that because you can play with other people, and it's really recommended because you can sometimes help others by giving them some discoveries that you can complete all together. So it's all made by the palace, as Nadej said, and it can be also completed and updated during the time by our colleague.
So all started with this character, who is Father Camille de la Croix, an archaeologist who conducted a real excavation campaign at the palace in the early 20th century. The next step was to bring this character to life. It's an important work of animation, which was required to make the game lively and dynamic.
Okay, so you can see the game and the main areas. So you have in the center an excavation area where players can use their fingers to dig and uncover archaeological artifacts. Then you have 2 work surfaces. This is where you can store your discoveries, and you can clean them also. And you can also find some part of and fragments of objects that you have to put together to make the complete objects. Then there is a bin on each side of the screen, where you can put all the objects that are not interesting, like bottle caps, cans, rubbish. And also there is 3 boxes on the side where you can put the discoveries, and you can classify them when they are completed and cleaned, and you can classify them in the correct categories, so the fauna, lapidary, and ceramics.
So here are some of the items you can discover in this game. These are real items discovered during the excavation at the palace. You can see, for example, a slate engraved with fleur de lis linked to the Middle Age, some ceramics from antiquity, bones, food remains from Middle Age, and of course traces of our present. And here are some extracts of this game. You are welcoming by Father de la Croix in the Palace of Poitiers. Here is your designed area where you will conduct your excavation. And then the excavation area with the 2 work surfaces for playing on either side of the table. Once the game is over, you are taken to this screen where all the discoveries are presented. The drawings are completed by pictures, real pictures, of the actual pieces found during the excavation of the palace. So some people playing with this game, and you are invited to test it in December. This game is the first step to highlight archaeological and scientist research, appealing to creativity, the creativity of an artist, but also appealing to inventory of researchers. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. We can't wait to discover the game, and maybe we will be able also to create some similar games in various museums in our partner cities. And, well, being in a museum, we will continue to have a presentation about a museum information portal, a digital database for historical environment, presentation made by Turku City Museum, and I'm sure that it will be a lot of information that we will be able to use here in Iași or in our other cities. Please welcome.
So, hello everyone. I'm Noora Virtanen from the Turku City Museum, and I'm going to tell you a little bit about my most important tool at my work, which is the Museum Information Portal. And despite the name, it's not a portal about information regarding museums, but about the historic environment. And the name has just emerged from the fact that it's been run by the museum. And we refer it as MIP. So I will be calling it MIP from now on. And today we have seen some very nice visual presentations, and I have to warn you that this is not going to be visually very impressive. Also, I have to admit that it's not super innovative, but more focused on the problematics of data management regarding the historic environment and all the surveys that we have done regarding historic buildings and archaeology. But first, a little bit about my work. By title, I'm a researcher on built environment. In practice, it's a bit like a conservation officer in some countries. So the main bulk of my work is reviewing permit applications of designated buildings, preparing statements, the museum's official statements regarding the built environment, for example, for city planning initiatives, and then assisting in all kinds of tasks that have to do with the historic environment and historic buildings in Turku and in the Finland proper region. So here there are a few pictures of different tasks that I've done over the last couple of years. There's the winter picture from the roof of the Turku City Theatre, where they were installing a new antenna, and it had to be decided where the antenna is to be placed. So we were surveying the site in winter. And then the interior picture is a former factory building that has been converted to artist spaces. And this particular space is now the exhibition space of the Turku City Art Museum. But this area is also an archaeological site, so before the interior could be refurbished, there had to be archaeological excavations carried out in the space itself. So my work is quite varied. And just a little bit of background information about Turku, which is the oldest city in Finland, established around the year 1300, and it's the regional center of the Finland proper province, known as Varsinais-Suomi in Finnish. And just a small map of the Finland proper area to give you a bit of an idea. Turku is the sort of a needle-shaped city there in the middle, and as you can perhaps see from that, it's quite rural, with some cities and a lot of rural area. There are around 200,000 inhabitants in Turku and almost 500,000 in Finland proper. Despite being a medieval city, the cityscape of Turku is quite layered, let's say, with a lot of areas being built since the 1950s and 1960s. We have a lot of post-war built heritage. But the core area of the city is an archaeological site as well, so that is an important consideration in all projects. The City Museum of Turku was established in 1881. And then the mandate that the museum has for doing this kind of work is based on the legislation of Finland, where there are 32 museums assigned with a regional responsibility, and then these museums shall, in their field of activity, act as an expert in cultural heritage and promote and develop the museum field in many ways, but then also act as an expert on cultural environment, in particular on the built environment and archaeological heritage. And that's why we issue these opinions or statements and participate in all kinds of official negotiations with the building inspection and planning people, architects and consultants. And we have quite a broad role in the field of cultural heritage. And this is why we have really had to come up with solutions on how to manage all the information about built heritage and archaeology that we have. And this is the background of the development of MIP. So Turku City Museum has been surveying the built heritage of Finland proper since the 1980s in a more systematic way. And this is when the National Heritage Agency of Finland published a kind of form for surveying the built heritage. And at this point, the focus was on pre-war buildings. The original surveys were carried out on paper forms and often with the help of volunteers, so the quality of the information has been quite varied at this point. And here in the picture you see an example of some survey data that doesn't even utilize the form that I just mentioned. But the aim of the surveys since the 1980s has been to create a complete picture of buildings from a certain era. So instead of the surveyor deciding which buildings are relevant, we have decided on a specific time frame or a specific style of buildings to be surveyed, like, for example, the manor houses or traditional farmhouses to be surveyed. And then the aim has been to survey all of the buildings that have survived from that specific category. So the intention with this has been that the value assessments were to be carried out after surveying and not before. Different digital databases have been in use since 1998, and the first version of MIP was released in 2015. EU funding has been very important in establishing a more professional approach to surveying in comparison with the earlier habit of using volunteers. And here is just an example of the old-fashioned survey sheet. So it's quite a restrictive format, and as I'm sure you know, it is getting quite complicated to manage these types of forms when you have thousands or tens of thousands of them. So this is what we are dealing with nowadays. This is the basic layout of the Museum Information Portal. So as I warned you, it's not super impressive in its visual qualities. Here on the sheet, first there is information on the municipality, the village, and then the property ID of the properties in question. And then you see there are many different tabs for different types of information. Now we're on the property tab. Then there is another tab for designers or architects that you can use for looking up buildings that have been designed by a specific person. And then there is the map layout that I personally am using the most. So here is the map view of the central Turku and all the surveyed properties presented on the map. Different colors are indicating the assessed value of that particular property. So there are three main categories for the value. One for national value, another one for regional or provincial value, and then one for local value of the building. So here, technically, even in the map layout, you can get an idea of where the most significant buildings are situated. And then when you change the parameters a bit, this is the building view of the map. So you can see that there are even more of these individual buildings, again, with different value assessments. And it gives you an idea of the amount of data that we're dealing with, since this is obviously just a very small fraction of the area that we cover in our work. Then again, this is the modern form of the older survey form. So again, you have slots for all the basic information of the property, and then different fields to cover the different aspects of history of these places. And then each of the buildings can be added as a separate entry with information about the type of building that it is, for example, residential buildings or, let's say, barns. And then you can always look for buildings in a specific category. So, for example, you can look for all the barns that were built in the early 1900s. And here, just to show you a bit more completely how the data cards look like. So you can add as many photographs as you want. You can add information about the architects, and then when you click on the name of the architect, you get to another data card where you can add information or the biography of that specific architect. And then you can also add different types of attachments. So, for example, memos of meetings or whatever is considered relevant for other people to have access to as well. And in addition to us museum people, there are the people from the building inspections, the city planners, who have access to the database, among other groups. And this allows us to share information with all the different organizations that deal with the built and archaeological heritage. Now, this shows a way to combine different data layers that we have. So here I have highlighted the areas that have national significance for the built heritage properties that they have. That is the blue grid. And then there is this green line grid that shows areas that have regional value for the qualities of the landscape. So combining information in these kinds of ways allows you to get a very quick overview of a specific area and what type of built heritage or archaeology you can find there. And now we're going to zoom in just a bit more to the town of Naantali, which was established in 1443. So it's one of the oldest cities in Finland. And as you can see here, these different value assessments are overlaid. Plus, I've added on the map all the buildings that were built before the 1850s. So it shows that this is quite a convenient tool for combining different types of data. And then, again, as I mentioned, there is information on archaeology as well. So the old town of Naantali is an archaeological site, which is marked by this red grid. But I'm not going to go more into archaeology because there is really quite a lot of complex information. And now, just this year, in order to share this information with the public, we have released this public interface of the MIP, which is called the RARI. And here, anybody can get a limited access to the types of information that we have on the database. And then a lot of these data sets are also open data. and they can be accessed via other types of map services. So here in the Lounais-tieto map, you see that you have the same property points that can be found on the map, and then you have access to the main photo and the main information of a specific property. So Antti will continue a bit on the open data aspect, but this was it for me. Thank you.
Thank you. This was a very complex presentation for a very complex tool that I think all of our municipality would be very grateful to have it. It's really impressive what you have done. And I think in the future it will become also compulsory for our cities to have such tools and to use such huge database in order to have a proper image about what exactly exists in the city and how it can be approached. And now allow me to introduce another presentation from the Regional Council of Southwest Finland, added value from open and interoperable location data, with a kind request to, we are very late, so to go as fast as possible.
Yes, thank you. I tried to brief. But I must say that if the visualization of the database MIP database wasn't so impressive, the information content there's the wow effect in that sense, so a huge amount of information, which is really great. But I'm not going to talk about cultural heritage as such, although we used to develop the MIP database in the first place when it was established. But just tell you more about the work we do in Regional Council and in Lounais-tieto, and try to give ideas about data sharing and interoperability, which could be also used with the cultural heritage context. In Lounais-tieto, which is a small network of open data and geographic information in Southwest Finland, we have sort of threefold aims in our work. We strengthen cooperation in the field, try to build a sort of ecosystem of open data and data sharing. We endorse the quality of the data through different projects, and also we maintain different kind of information services, map services within the area. There's some snapshots and examples of our work. We have events. There's one image of our mobile map service of nature trails, and what's the biggest point of our work is perhaps these projects where we try to make different kinds of data better available and increase the quality of the data. And I'll have an example of one project we are doing, Ryhti project, in which we aim at creating, this is a national project where we take part, led by Ministry of Environment, and it aims at creating a truly interoperable data model for built environment data in Finland. And it has both legislative background, so it creates laws by which to do this, and it's also an ICT project to build the database and all that's included in there. And this data model, it includes all the planning levels in Finland, as well as all building data. So it's huge combination of of built environment, and it includes also data about cultural information, and the MIP portal will be part of this eventually. And we are leading a side project in Lounais-Tieto in which we are building tools for adopting this Ryhti data model in regional planning contexts. And currently in Finland, of course, all the planning data and building data is digital, but they're scattered in numerous different data systems. Different municipalities have their own databases, and the aim here is that all this data would be in similar format, and it can be obtained from one similar information system, which is the case in the lower picture here. And the benefits of this interoperability, it is not just, there's of course aim to make cost savings, to reduce the number of different kind of systems, but also to provide users better services with this data. And for example, for building owners, they will get the information of their site from one place, all the information of building and planning and so on. Private companies can build better services, and what's important, they no longer have to search information, for example, different municipalities from different sources, which eases the job really much. Municipalities get information of other municipalities easier, or the state information, and the government has overall picture of built environment for the whole country. So there's multiple benefits for all stakeholders here. And what comes to locational data, as we've seen today, so many cases, these new IT technologies, they are extremely data hungry, meaning that the more you have data, the better outcomes you have. But the amount of data is not all, but the data quality is much more important. The better quality data you have, the better, for example, AI models you have. And the interoperability is a key feature in data quality, because the more easily you can combine different kind of data, it increases the potential of making added value with the data. And this is particularly true with locational data, which is the main data type that we operate with, because you have to basically have interoperability with the data model, the information content, and geographical features like coordinate systems, so on, that they need to be combined. And lastly, what about digital cultural heritage then, and what can we learn from here? Of course, we saw in the first presentation that there's an EU framework fostering this, but according to our experience, when building this kind of 3D models and XR things and all, which include a huge amount of data, it's very important to consider not only the current use of the data at the moment, the use that is at hand at the moment, but if there is any future potential with the data, with some other, perhaps some company can use the data with their own business, and the added value in society increases. And to maximize this added value of the data, it's very recommendable to use widely used data models so that it can be easily taken into use, and especially special attention should be paid on locational encoding and coordinate systems and so on. But also you have to take up the security issues of the data these days, whether the data contains something that is sort of shouldn't be openly accessible. So always had to be sort of find a right level of openness with the data. But if there's no restrictions, then the data should be open, that eventually it increases the value of the data. But there's some ideas shortly. I thank you, and perhaps we can have lunch.
Thank you. And well, being I don't know, the one who held the last presentation is the most difficult, but I think it will be really interesting. And I really want to welcome our last presenter from the municipality of Lviv with the presentation Digitization of the Heritage, Inclusion and Youth Engagement. The floor is yours, please.
Thank you. Hello everyone, my name is Melania. I'm from the municipality of Lviv, Ukraine. Oh, it's not my presentation.
This is the French one.
Yes. Yeah. Yes, it's good. Thank you. So our city of Lviv is near border with Poland. It's 70 kilometers from the EU border. Our city center, so you see on the map, yes, Lviv, where it is. It's historical center of Lviv, where our Lviv City Council is. It is in the part of UNESCO World Heritage List. So right now our city is going through the war with Russia, and we are trying to preserve our monuments, our statues, and our historical sites. And you know, like, there is some internet trend, one day or day one. So this is one day or day one before Russia occupation and after Russia occupation. So we had this missile attack 2 years ago, and now we are restoring this building in the city center. So we also had one more attack last year on September 4th at the building in historical part of our city. And we try to restore it and make it okay for life, future of people. And also one more building. It is a building which is in the part of UNESCO heritage, and there was living our colleague from the city council, and she with her family was killed in this building, expect of her father. Now we are this is the data of culture of Ukraine's cultural identity. You can see from UNESCO. It is actual data of 6th of August this year, and we had 508 sites of UNESCO which is damaged by because of the war. But we move on, and we create our digital space museum of stolen art. It contains digital copies of different cultural heritage objects which was destroyed, and we want to combine this digital space more and more with other objects to have this memory. You can also scan this QR code and see on the website these objects and to learn more. Yes, we also, our Lviv's based studio Chiron has created a digital 3D model of painted stele from the Donetsk region, which is now occupied, and the soldiers and volunteers are described there some messages. This is the Museum of Folk Architecture and Life. It includes more than 100 objects. It's like the museum on the streets, and we create there a big conference hall with inclusion, with the shelter, and where the young people and veterans and other people can organize their events. And for example, we had in this museum Youth Day in this museum, and with veterans hour and youth people. It was very nice because we can combine all these people and get together, and it was very nice event. So we also had the city museum. We make it inclusion because it was very old, and it is in the shelter of our Lviv City Council, and now it's look like you can see on the slide. Also we organize there different forums, different meetings. We host also so many people from European cities and different delegations, and it's also the part of our culture. Our city became the finalist of European Capital of Culture 2030 because we move on despite of the war, and we try to make more projects in this sphere of innovation, of cultural heritage and digitalization. And so that we create Lviv Culture Hub. Also, it's like UNESCO Culture Hub in Lviv. It was destroyed building, and we restored it. And now it's also the space for youth people, for veterans, and for other guests to organize different events and also trainings in the sphere of architecture, in the sphere of archaeology, restoration, and like that. Restoration School at the National Academy of Arts. It's also a very nice case when we connect youth engagement, when we connect international experts, digitalization of heritage and inclusion, and we can work together and create new projects. Art Nova Heritage Project is the last point what I want to say. It also the initiative aims to raise public awareness and address challenges facing secession, heritage, including environmental, educational, and social issues. Also a very nice place what we want to share, and we want to make a little bigger for the people, also for the future events and for our different delegation hosts. So we try to work for that, and our main point is to create the data, so it can be maybe digitalized system when we can combine all of our projects on the sphere of restoration and renovation. For everyone to can, for example, Google it and to see all of our objects, and we want to also see for some projects and financial support to create this this data and to have this memory and to share it with others. So thank you.
Thank you, Melania. This was the perfect way to close this session of presentation. Thank you for this beautiful presentation. It's really giving hope, and it's showing how creative and brave and resilient is the Ukrainian people. It's really impressive, and I'm really glad that you have this presentation for us. We see every time on the news only the bombing, and we don't see these beautiful things that you are doing behind. So it's very important that you have this presentation everywhere, and that we can see that all together as European countries, as European people, we are really a force of creativity and diversity, and there is hope. Thank you so much. Before I invite you to have a very friendly lunch, I would like to invite you all here to have a picture with all the participants. We'll stay here in front and behind our speakers. So having a beautiful picture with all of you would be great for us. And then we'll have, please, just one moment. Then we'll have a very nice, friendly lunch here on the proximity. And then I will invite you all to go by groups to see the good practices working, the VR and the 3D models of the Royal Court that existed before this beautiful palace, and then the application museum. But we will do it group by group, and please allow our European guests to be the first to discover, and then we will organize groups for everyone that is interested. So please, let's have the picture, and then we'll have the lunch.